Welcome in and thanks for joining today's Stream Elements. Welcome in and thanks for joining today SMC_me_I. The ad is starting now and will go for 180 seconds. Welcome in and thanks for joining today SMC My.
Hey May, good to see you. Thanks for joining so quick. Deep Harvin with the rainbow overlay. Good to see you. Welcome in, welcome in.
The ad is starting now and will go for 90 seconds. Welcome in and thanks for joining today Musk. Welcome in and thanks for joining today, Freikberg.
Who's there? Who's there? We ready? Brackberg. Oh, good. I'm not late. That's correct. That is correct. Intro dance time, though. Let's do it. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Claps and chat. Happy Friday.
Welcome in and thanks for joining today, Clarkio.
Glad to be here. Thanks, bot. Happy Friday, everybody. Welcome into the Clarkio Shenanigans Show. I'm your host, Clarkio. I'm here every Friday at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on twitch.tv/Clarkio and youtube.com/Clarkio. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in with the early bird special, getting the intro dance there. What do we have in store for today? The usual, schedule, the usual flow of things, segments, just chatting, talking about wins of the week. If you don't know what that is, ! WOTW in the chat to learn more about what that's about. Then we get into Wordle connections and words on stream, and then we get into the technical portion of the show. Lately, we have been working on that words on stream tool, helper tool, and improving that, making fixes, things like that. We may or may not do that today. I'm really interested in trying out some other AI things today, AI coding tools today. So that might be where things head. So just a heads up. But if any or all of that interests you, I hope you stick around. If not, thanks for checking out the stream. I hope you come back again some other time when we are doing something that's of more interest to you. If you are on the way out, have a good rest of your Friday and weekend, and see you in the next one maybe. On that note, let's get wins of the week going. ! WOTW in the chat. Let me know what wins you got. Let's celebrate together. If you are new and you're not sure what that's about, it's basically trying to, reflect on the past week, find something positive that happened, don't dwell on the negative, and get in the right mindset to start the stream off, and then we'll celebrate those wins with you. It could be big or small. Maybe you had a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, and that's like a great sandwich for you. That is for me. I like it, and it's a good day if I'm having a PB&J. Or maybe, something bigger happened. Like maybe you got a new job. Maybe you finally achieved something that you've been working hard to achieve. Whatever it may be, let us know in the chat. We'd love to hear it. I'll start us off while I'm waiting for you all to think of some things to share. If you got things to share. No pressure, though. Honestly, this week has been a little bit off mentally for me. I've just been in a bit of a funk for some reason. Just feeling a lot of pressure, a lot of things going on, both personal and like work-wise a bit. And so, yeah, I've just been kind of off. But on a positive note, though, I've been pushing through all that and had a very productive week for a number of reasons. Or on a number of things, rather, not a number of reasons. In particular, one win that I shared in the Discord is that my kiddos and I, my kiddos, little kids, my little home slices, took both of them to go see Minecraft this past week, and we had a blast. It was really cool. It was a good movie. It was a good kid movie. Is it like anything award-winning kind of movie that's got like amazing storytelling in it? No. But we went into it with no expectations other than like we're gonna learn about Minecraft, and they both loved it. They both did fantastic, sitting in, especially my youngest, who I was a little bit worried that she might get antsy and not. But she stayed and watched the whole thing. Didn't budge. Basically, it was like, hooked on it. So that was good to see. Also, I don't know if any of you have gone to see the Minecraft movie, but it's an experience because kids go nuts. I guess there's people memeing about it, and they yell out all these different things. Like somehow they've either seen the movie already, or sorry, this microphone seems like it's about to fall off. They've seen the movie already, or apparently there's been like videos where people are doing memes, and so they've already know those points in the movie because they've watched it on like TikTok or whatever social platform they might have watched it on. And we're like, me and this other dad that was sitting next to me that I had, I just by coincidence we sat next to each other type of thing. Like he brought his kids, and we would like look at each other like, what is going on? I don't understand why they're yelling out these things. Did they see this movie before? And then later on found out that like there's like memes about it or whatever. Actually, some of it's bad. Like, some of it is where kids will go into like, thankfully this didn't happen during our experience, but kids will go into theaters and like trash the place when those scenes would happen. Like, they would have these like outbursts intentionally, and that's not cool. Like, you're creating more work for these people that are cleaning up the theaters and stuff like that. And I saw some horror stories about it too. So, like, I saw one video where a kid brought in a freaking chicken somehow. Like, how do you smuggle a chicken into a movie theater? That's like unbelievable. Anyway, so that was really cool. And then on top of that, they wanted to play Minecraft. So we've been playing Minecraft a little bit here and there throughout the week, which has been a lot of fun. So anytime the kids get into video games, which is a big hobby of mine, or big, I don't know if you call it a hobby, but like it's a thing I enjoy doing since I was little. So like to see my kids doing that, it's to see my kids getting into video games, it's fun. It's a good, like, awesome moment for me. So what else? So that happened. Then this morning my youngest did like a Easter egg hunt thing, and the parents were allowed to go like watch them do that at their school. So that was a fun, cute experience, and that's another win of the week. What else? Work-wise, things are going good. I recorded 2 videos this week. We had another video go out this week that wasn't of me, which was, I welcome that very much. It's nice to see different. I'm trying to encourage more people at the company to partake in making the videos, but I know it's like a very intimidating thing, especially if you're not used to being on camera, that sort of thing. So we'll see. Slowly but surely, I think more and more people are gonna create some videos that we put on the channel. Speaking of work, shout out to my company Sneak, SNYK.io, Sneak.io. Hashtag not sponsored or endorsed by them, but they afford me the time on Friday afternoons to do this stream like this and work on my camera and live streaming skills along with my development skills on Friday afternoons like this. So thanks Sneak and my leadership. So yeah, work's been going good. We got some cool stuff coming down the pipeline with that. Very heavily focused on AI stuff, which I'm excited about, and I've been enjoying it. However, I have some concerns, chat. Like, I really think things are, like, I was talking about this with some folks internally and some other friends and whatnot, and I you know, like, I miss the days where we would make fun of the JavaScript ecosystem and say like, hey, a new framework came out or a new library came out that's all with some funny, quirky name. And like now it's like a new AI model comes out like every week. It's exhausting. It's exhausting, but it's also kind of exciting, but it's also kind of scary. You know, it's just like, I don't know. So far though, still I keep doing the same test with it, like, and that's why I want to experiment a bit more today with you all, trying out all these latest models and tools, just to see how well they do in terms of like the code that they produce, because it seems like they're slightly getting better, but they're also still following certain patterns that are not good. And I'll show you some. I mean, if you've watched any of the YouTube videos on the Sneak channel, you've seen it already. But if you haven't, I'll show you some examples today too. I see May says, like, back in the day when I went to the theater to see Rocky Horror Picture Show, audience participation. Yeah, that's kind of what was happening. It was kind of wild. I didn't know that going into it. I had one little hint, like a little red flag going into the theater. They had these printed out like messages that, like, for Minecraft moviegoers, it was like, if there are any outbursts or things where, you know, like some message to the effect of like, if you don't behave in the theater, you're going to get kicked out, was the short of the message. And I was like, why do they have that printed out? Like, you know, you could tell it wasn't part of the normal like signage. It was something that they made in particular for this time frame while this movie is in theaters. And so that was like my first red flag. I was like, what are we getting into here? Thankfully, it was pretty tame. Like, the kids went nuts. They didn't throw popcorn or drinks or anything like that, but they would jump up and scream out certain things. There was like a birthday party in there too at the same time. It was It was a funny experience. But the other part of it, so not only was I going back to this really quick, not only was I, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know. I had a similar feeling as this dad that was next to me, where we were both like kind of dumbfounded by it. Both my kids would like look at me like, Dad, why are all these other kids going nuts right now? And I'm like, I don't know. I'm sorry. I have no idea what's going on. This is an odd experience for me. So, Deep Harvin says, I watched it last Sunday, the Minecraft movie with the grandkids. It is a long movie, but it was a fun movie. You think it was long? I feel like it was like an hour and a half, right? That's pretty deep, like pretty on par for a kid movie, I think. It is a fun movie though. I love Jack Black. Jason Momoa is a great actor, and he was pretty funny in it. It was kind of like odd for me to see him in that kind of role. But I liked it. Yeah, it was a fun movie. That's the best way to put it. It's over 2 hours? No way. It blew by fast. That's crazy. Are you sure it's over 2 hours? I gotta look it up now. Minecraft movie. Hour and 41 minutes. It's not over 2 hours. Maybe you were in the theater for over 2 hours? It's got a 6 out of 10 on IMDb. 46% on Rotten Tomatoes critic score. Yeah, whatever. It's for kids. It's a fun movie. I feel like kid movies only get better like critic scores if there's like something for adults. Like there's more of a storyline for the adults in there. You know what I mean? Because you got to think, all the critics are all these adults, and they're not going to rate the movie based on like a kid's perspective, that it's the target audience here. So I don't really take when it's a kid movie, I don't really take those ratings too seriously on like the value of seeing that movie for kids, you know? So anyway, yeah, Deep Harvin wasn't over 2 hours. It might have felt like that to you. All right, let's play a little Wordle. If you're new here, don't know what we do with that. Basically, I'm playing against you. You don't want to help me, okay? You want me to lose, or at least get it in more than 3 guesses, okay? Let's get Wordle up and ready to roll. Over here. Go to the pinned messages. So this is what we're working with, chat. We gotta turn all that off too. I always forget to do that from last stream. All right. You all are up by 4. I had a nice lead. It did not last long. You're up by 4 for 2025 and 9 for the lifetime of it. My wife didn't like it as much as I did. She's never played Minecraft. I've never played Minecraft prior to seeing it in the movie theater. I've seen, you know, other people play it and that type of thing, but I've not personally played Minecraft. And as I've been playing it with the kids, it's been fun. It's fun just like kind of going into creative mode and like building things. So I've enjoyed that. All right, so if I get it in 3 or less guesses, I get a point. If it takes me more than that, you all get a point. And if I fail it completely, you all get 3 points, which I think is what caused this significant lead here. So, all right, let's play it. We're going to start with our usual word. Make sure we get the latest and greatest here. Why does it do that? Ooh, okay, not much on that one. I usually go like this for the second one. Then when it's like that, okay. Is it drive? Oh. Well, looks like you're getting another point, chat. Derive. So R, so it's D X R I E. Diary. Dowry? No, maybe it's die or something X. What is that word? Derma? Durl? Derp? Derf? Dirge? Durse? Is it 2 R's maybe? Dirte? Joe Dirte? Is that what it is? Is it Joe Dirte? That's not a real word. Dirge? Dirge is a word, and that was it. Okay, I got a lucky guess on that one. What does dirge mean, RugMatBot?
An ad is about to start in 2 minutes on Twitch.
All right, let's update this here. You all are now up another point. You're gaining the lead even more. No fun, no bueno. Today is the 18th. We'll save that. And then jump to presents. Pop this in here. If you enjoy playing Wordle, I encourage you to join the Discord and go to the Wordle channel that you see here, and you can share your results and see if you keep track of your stats, because then you can opt in and go to clarkio.com/Wordle to see the leaderboard whenever it loads, and we can keep track of your stats for you if you'd like. Up to you. Try it out sometime. Funeral music.
An ad is about to start in 1 minute on Twitch.
You think this is funeral music? Maybe. I can kind of see that. It's a little too uplifting though if it's funeral music in my mind. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, we're playing connections. You all can play along with me here if you'd like. We got to find 4 words that have some type of connection between them. All right, we got possession, belonging, possession. No. Well, I'm not immediately picking up on anything here. Man, boy, haunting, possession, exorcist, belonging. All right, I'll try it, May. Let's see. Nope. Oh, not even one away there. I feel like it's movies. Horror movies, maybe? Yeah, no worries, May. I don't see a lot. I don't see even like the simplest connections here. Side effect? Butterfly effect? Oh my goodness. Oh my apple. Oh my wow. Wow.
The ad is starting now and will go for 90 seconds.
Boy. Oh man, oh goodness, oh wow, right? Interjections. Okay. Ooh, I got that one. Deep Harvin says, dirge is a somber song or a lament expressing mourning. Oh, that's what you meant. Funeral music is dirge. Really? That's the first time I ever heard that word. Let me turn these cameras off, by the way. Any other connections you all see while I'm turning the cameras off? Torso shot. Hold on a second, chat. Just double checking work.
Welcome in and thanks for joining today, Ayush Sharma.
Hey, Ayush. How's it going? Just responding to something at work. Hold on, chat. You like the VS Code shirt? You like using VS Code? You're asking me, Deep Harvin? Yes, I'm a big fan of VS Code. I got this shirt when I was working at Microsoft and with the VS Code team way back in the day. And
welcome in and
yes,
thanks for joining
I'm a big
today, Marcus Voice Coder.
I'm a big fan. Is there an Insider VS Code t-shirt? That would be cool, actually. But no, I don't think so, unless somebody else made it. Excuse me. All right, I'm caught up with the work thing. With work, we're getting new like assets for our videos that are gonna be really cool to see, like for the intros and things like that. So I'm excited. I'm just sharing some more details with our editing team on that stuff. So I want to make sure they get it as soon as possible so that maybe we could use it in the next video. So Ayush, great to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Deep Harvin, I got your question already. Marcus, good to see you, Marcus. Marcus says, try Shining, Possession, Haunting, and Exorcist. We did try that before. Shining, Possession, Haunting, and Exorcist, right? Yeah, oh, we're one away on that one. I thought we tried that before. May suggested it. We must have missed something. Or did you try We tried Belonging instead of Shining. Rugmat, on the road today, just stopped for lunch. Oh, well, I hope you have a safe travels, Rugmat. Thank you for popping in for lunch. Oh, you said Belonging, right, May? Okay. Or Birds. Also horror related. So maybe Possession is not a movie and it's Birds. Yep, that's what it was. Horror movies with the Birds, The Exorcist, The Haunting, The Shining. So there we go. We finally got it. Belonging, Possession. Those two have to go together somehow, right? Yeah, have a happy lunch, Rugmat. Ooh, nice job, Rugmat. With the 4 attempts on Discord there. For the Wordle. Alright. Banjo-Kazooie video game. Yellow card or red card? Red apple? Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer? Red. What else could be maybe red here? Chat. Red banjo? Red effect? I was thinking red something. Red effect? Let's try it. Oh, one away. So I think we're on to something. We just gotta figure out the last one. I don't think red effect with it. Red apple, red card, like in soccer. Red nose, like Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Red banjo? Red good. I'm gonna go. What do we think? Banjo? Banjo? Banjo. Yes! Things you can pick. What? Pick an apple, pick a banjo, pick a card, and pick your nose. Wow. That's interesting. We got to a different conclusion. Pick, not red. Wow. Yeah, exactly. Wow. All right. What do we think this last one is? Possession, good, belonging, effect. Oh, like things you own? You own some good. Like goods and services are good. Your effects. Personal property minus S. This game is so dumb. I don't know why I only lately this whole week I think I only played just now Connections. I didn't play Connections the rest of the week because it just bugs me that much. Like I'll take the time to play Wordle, but I'm not gonna take the time to play Connections all the time. You thought it was feelings. Ayush says this game is an attack on common sense. Yeah, you could say that. Essentially, you can pick absolutely any. Right. I can pick a scab. I can pick a monitor. Pick the camera. You know? It's like, get out of here with that. All right. Now, that leads us to the technical portion of the show. Or we can play words on stream. I'm kind of hungry. I might go grab something to, like, munch on real quick. So, I think I'm going to spin up words on stream first. Let me get the helper going and all that stuff. Mirror link for you all. Drop that in there and pin it. Let's get the helper game going. And we'll start. All right, have at it, chat. I'll be back. Oh, I gotta refresh the helper. There we go.
Welcome in and thanks for
Hey, Code with Sean.
Hey, Code with CM.
Code, good to see you. All right, I'll be right back.
Welcome in and thanks for joining today, Rugmatbud.
I don't know what this could be. The four-letter word between mole and mule. Muled and M-O-U-E. Moy. Wow, a lot of letters, huh? S is fake. Oh, why am I saying... Why I said S is fake and I'm using words with S. I just did it again. I think we need one more word, chat. One more word. Come on. There it is. Somehow I had chocolate on my arm. Win of the week. Finally figured out my GPU issue on the new desktop. Hopefully I can start using it now. Nice, Rugmat. I mean, Crackberg. Sorry. Saw Rugmat's message last. That's why. Congrats on that. Thanks for sharing, Frackberg. I can't think of the big word. Wow, 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 wow. Oh, I got an update I gotta do actually. Alright, I'll play another round while I'm getting set up here. Whoa, what are all these things? Find usages, fetch web page, find test files, search GitHub repository for relevant code. Wow. And then you can add more tools. Or an extension. Language model tools. Oh, there's a new... Wow. Web search for Copilot. Oh yeah. Let's turn that on. Did I already have it though? Let's see. Yeah. Wow. I didn't know this new feature was in here now. Data Wrangler. All these from Microsoft. Data viewing, cleaning, and preparation for tabular data sets. Oh, that's cool. You can create a slide deck written in Markdown and VS Code. Mark team. Mermaid. Exploration Copilot chat-powered diagram generation. Wow. Bean count language service support. Copilot chat participant that connects your AI assistants with your development environment. Run custo queries and notebooks. Connect to Postgres, MySQL, SQL Server, other major databases, AI queries, create and edit tables, data, functions, procedures, correct. Yeah, that sounds dangerous. Letting some AI manage your database. It's interesting wallabies in there too. JavaScript console log output and runtime errors right next to your code. That does sound interesting, actually.
Welcome in and thanks for joining today, Jin03.
Hey, Sean A. How's it going, buddy? What's your win of the week? When in the week I should have approval for working on some open source work as part of my work hours soon. Ooh, paperwork was submitted and I got verbal approval, just waiting for it to be in writing. Wow, that's awesome, Sean. Congrats on that. Thanks for sharing. Latent. Nice, Coach Sean. Getting to the big words there.
An ad is about to start in 2 minutes on Twitch.
Now I just need to figure out how to use Windows. I haven't really used it since XP was the new hotness. Really? Fragberg, wow. Coach Sean says I'm full of hot air so I can do the big words. Okay. I don't know what that means, but fair enough. Wow, lots of letters today on that one. Oh, nice job, Rugmat. But
An ad is about to start in 1 minute on Twitch.
Hulu. Got 11 now, has some nice features. Yeah, I like Windows 11. It's pretty good. Minus
Welcome in and
the
thanks
Copilot
for joining
stuff.
Today, Roy Lacey.
Hey, Roy Lacey. CL Archeo. Welcome in, Roy Lacey. I can't think of any other words with these letters. Thou. Outful. Yeah, I'm just guessing too. What are they gonna be the missing words here? We got 3 4-letter words, 2 5-letter words. Molt, tofu, loft, loth, flout, and malt. Your split keyboard arrived? Nice. Congrats on that. You were singing it more like a nursery rhyme, but that sounded nice too. Oh, okay. Without border price increase. Very good to hear, Roy Lacey. Congrats. I plan to, at some point, look into some split keyboards. Nice. Yep. Congrats on that. Round of applause for you there. Climbing. Nice job, May. It's not a fancy one, but it's something to get me started because I want to lay down and type without inconvenience. Put one part either side of the leg. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. That'd be cool. That way you could just sit there, laid back. Yeah, and it feels nicer because my wrist started hurting to the point I swapped keyboard. Like, oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, my hand ended up, especially when I'm streaming for so many hours and if I'm coding on it a lot, my left wrist tends to give me problems. So I feel that. That's why I'm very interested in the split keyboard and the elevated versions. You know, they can like angle them up instead of flat, angle them up. Those are of interest to me.
An ad is about to start.
Nimby, Gleany, Limbic. Okay. I have the strangest memory that you had one for some reason. A split keyboard? No. Maybe you're thinking of somebody else. Nice, May.
An ad is about to start in 1 minute on Twitch.
One more 4-letter word. It's gotta be alphabetically, like something with a B. Beck. Nice job. Ooh, fart. Come on. No! Fart doesn't work! That stinks.
Zian08 wants you to hydrate.
Thank you, Sean. I could use some. Oh, we got the hidden letter. And it shows the hidden letter. Yeah! It's working. Code with Sean with the big word. NIMBY, used to describe a person or an attitude. Oh, NIMBY is an abbreviation, not in my backyard. Oh. What's that last 4-letter word? Something with a T. Turn, T-E-R-N, that's what it was. Urea, rent, ant, tuna, near. We got near at the end, but it put it as missing. That's kind of weird. barely made it, yeah. That might be a bug right there. We got near at the end there. Someone got it last. Who was it? Royalisi. It ended before it registered? Yeah. Perhaps a race condition. Yeah. I mean, there's definitely going to be a race condition in this because of the fact that, like... because of the fact that I have to sync up the chat messages from Twitch with the events in Words on Stream. So it's just... It's never going to be in sync perfectly. You know? Ooh, A is the hidden letter. A is the hidden letter.
An ad is about to start in 2 minutes on Twitch.
So when does the logic come in on what the fake letter is? I don't think I have anything in that, May. I think last time we focused on just determining the hidden letter. It's a bit harder to determine the fake letter without the big word. Yeah, it's only after big word right now, May. Remember, well, before last week's stream where we implemented the changes for hidden letters, it used to only show hidden and fake letters after we got the big word. And then we added it to figure out, if it can, the hidden letters before we get the big word. Yeah. You totally didn't forget you had the bot on? Yeah, so we have...
It's about to start in 1 minute on Twitch.
Let's let the ad run. We're going to pause this for now. Don't run the game on autopilot. Nice job, May. Co with Sean at RugmatBot, Roy Lisi, Stream Elements, Deep Harvin, and Sean08 for helping us get to level 16 today. I think that was our highest for the day, right? So yeah, last feature set we had for today. Yes, okay. So I have one more addition to my bot. Nice, Releasey. So for today, I mean, from last stream and what's working right now is it can determine fairly accurately the hidden letter before getting the big word, but we have not implemented that for the fake letters because that's a little bit more difficult to feel a certain, like, feel a level of confidence in the logic of the tool. So that's that with that one. Vinegar, we missed vinegar. And naive. Naiver. All right. I want to try. So I don't know if you've all been keeping up, but there's been a lot of, I'm going to switch to science, not science, software and game development now. Because we're going to be a little bit more focused today on that. Hydrate, we did do that one already. We missed rain. Ah, yes, we missed rain. Science, if we have a time machine. Fair enough. So, there have been lots of announcements going on in the AI space that I want to share or talk through with you all in case you're not keeping up or aren't aware of. May says a small win. The testing I do for that other streamer, you can mention, it's Kit Boga, right? We are now testing Max for that software. Exciting for me. Like, oh, that's awesome. Yeah. Congrats on that. Royalisi says, win of the week. Also win of the week. I finished my custom LSP system, essentially the autocomplete. Now I can make the autocomplete use a different project entirely if I want. Useful for when you want to use work directory or you have a repo that has only the plugin of a bigger system and you don't want to clone the bigger project twice. Oh, interesting. So May says, oh, so also learn. Congrats on that, or at least thank you for sharing, by the way. And congrats, May, on that win as well. Thank you for sharing that small win, that you're getting the chance to learn Mac now. That's good. I really do believe, like, the whole, you know, people getting, like, religious or dogmatic, I don't know which one might be the better word to use there, about their operating system. I feel like that's silly. I feel like they should just, everybody should have some experience with all operating systems to some degree. And yes, you're going to have your personal preferences and that type of thing, but I mean, each operating system has its pros and cons, kind of like programming languages, right? So, or at least it says, these weeks were full. Good luck with the Mac. Yeah. So, some things that came up in the AI space is OpenAI had a bunch of announcements. Oops, not Open. That's what I meant. Yep, OpenAI. We go to news on this. So they introduced the 03 and 04 mini, which is kind of confusing to read because I'm like, they already had an 03 mini out, but it's like 03 non-mini version basically. And then 04, like, to show you case in point here. Move this over. Oh, I guess I can't move it that far over. I'm gonna move it over enough so that you can see it. So in here, oh, there's 04 mini. I guess. Oh, you can add even more. I didn't know that either. That's new. Very nice. This is what I get for being on Insiders. OpenAI. Oh, you gotta add an API key for that. So these are the ones that are built in right now. Well, they used to be. I guess if you go to ChatGPT. This is what I wanted. You can choose. Oh, you gotta sign in. I'm not gonna sign in on here. Is there a place where I can just go and they have a list of all their damn models? OpenAI models. There we go, models. All right, so they have 04 mini, 03 mini was like the last announcement from them from... Actually, I think 01 Pro might have been their last announcement. And prior to that was 03 mini. I might be mixing those up. But, like, it's so confusing, first of all. Let me get some of this stuff out of the way since we're not doing this right now. So, it is confusing trying to get a grip on all the naming conventions. Because there's 4.0... But then, like this, GPT 4.0. But then there's 04 mini. You know, so that kind of makes it a bit confusing. And then there was 01 versus 01 mini. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's just a little bit of a pain to keep up with.
Go for 90 seconds.
But it seems like they're getting a little bit better about their naming in the sense of, like, this one's real time, then there's reasoning ones, but it's quite a lot. Linux is the one true way, Clarkio. Don't lie to your viewers. I mean, maybe. I don't really feel so strongly about any operating system at this point. I've used them all. So every day I use Mac OS and Windows. Linux, on the other hand, I use in like varying degrees, but it's not like my main OS driver. Like my extent of using Linux is like in GitHub code spaces, or at sometimes I was using WSL, Windows Subsystem, for Linux, and I would only ever use Ubuntu. I've not really tried a lot of the other distros for Linux. So I don't really have a strong, like, negative opinion of Linux, but I don't have a strong positive one. I'm like neutral on it, you know? Whereas I have some things that I feel positive about Windows and Mac OS, and there's some things that I feel negative about Windows and Mac OS. Mrs. Clarkio, coming back from the gym, is hooking me up with an acai bowl with peanut butter, lots of fruits. Oh, I love peanut butter, chat. All right, we're gonna have to play words on stream again while I'm eating. Bananas, peanut butter, some nuts, granola. Shout out to Mrs. Clarkio hooking it up. Royce says, "Gotta show me what you learnt at some point." What do you mean? You talking to me? Butterflies are the truest form of a text editor. What are you talking about, Sean? Clarkio, we can't see much because of words on stream. Yeah, I just switched that up. Sorry. Coach Sean says, "VI is a great text editor. Ducks from thrown vegetables and fruit." They allowed Microsoft to do the naming. Is that what it was? Microsoft's influence over OpenAI is just by the naming. Coach Sean A says, "I just have a bunch of butterflies. I let them flap their wings to cause bits to flip on the storage medium." Never listen to Frackberg, Clarkio. Okay, fair enough. Sean 08, I now have a script that runs on startup to set up port forwarding from Windows to my WSL system so I can code from my laptop on the couch using my Linux environment, since what I'm working on needs to either be compiled in Linux or cross. Oh, yeah. That's pretty cool. I like that. I like that idea. Butterflies is an XKCD reference. Okay, I missed that. My bad. If you got a link to the XKCD, that would be great. All right, we're going to put words on stream back up. I'm pretty good with the older ones. Haven't really followed it in several years. For XKCD, yeah. All right, ready, chat? Here we go. Because I'm eating, okay? We were just about to get into it, and now I'm eating. Oh, let me see this. Real programmers. Nano? Real programmers use Emacs. Hey, real programmers use Vim. Hey, real programmers use Ed. No, real programmers use Cat. Real programmers use a magnetized needle and steady hand. Excuse me. But real programmers use butterflies. They open their hands and let the delicate wings flap once. What the fudge sickles? Okay. It lost me there. So you can see chat on two screens. What's up? What's up? Yes, I can see chat on two screens. I got it over here. I got it over here. Actually, three screens. And I got it on my work laptop as well. It's about the butterfly effect. Ah, I was going over my head. My head is in a funk this week. I'm feeling very off mentally on a lot of different levels, so you know, it is what it is. I'm especially like on a normal basis, I'm not getting references in chat, and all that to say that I'm likely it's going to be a bit worse today. So apologies ahead of time. All right, Roy Lisi. Shapes Inc. Very nice for bots. I had a few on my terminal learning French through it. Oh, nice. That's cool, Roy Lisi. All right, yeah, I should be around in 30 minutes still if you end up coming back. But if not, yeah, have a good rest of your Friday and weekend. Freudenfreude crew, yes. Yes, Roy Lisi. I love that. We are part of the Freudenfreude. All right, Sean, have a good meeting. Hope things go well. If I don't see you, have a good rest of your Friday and weekend. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Level 5. Cliff. How did I not see that? Struggling today. Or at least, why are you repeating everything I type? Or is that just coincidence?
Welcome in and thanks for joining today, Millenite.
Hey, Milenite. Happy Friday. What's your win of the week if you got one? Oh, cold. Your win of the week is that I literally just started building my own Discord bot for the very first time, and I'll just go to your YouTube channel to check how to do it. Oh, nice. That's awesome to hear. Actually, are you talking about my personal YouTube channel or my work one? Because my work one, I have a series on there I'll point you to. That's one of our highest viewed videos now. Is how to build a Discord bot. It's a 4-part series. Here's the first one. Or let me get the playlist.
This is what
rather. I have a link to the playlist. Oh, where's the playlists? Anyway, this is the first one you can watch. A Mile a Night. It's right there. Let me know what you think. If it's helpful or not. I remember I watched it before and I kept it in my to-do list since then, and I finally started. Oh, okay, cool. That's great to hear. I think you gotta put it right next to the word without a space. Oh, I know why. Hold on. So RugMatBot is set up so that only works in the channel when I'm in that category of words on stream. So now it should work. A Mile Knight says it's just a simple bot that should call some APIs and fetch some player data. There are thousands of those out there, but I want to get into Discord bot development a bit. Okay, yeah, well, it's cool. I'm excited for you. It's fun building Discord bots. I kind of want to build another one for, like how we built one for Wordle. I want to build one for connections. Oh, man, it's so cold sometimes. There we go. RugMatBot is working now that I switched over to that category. Yeah, this is a hard one. Non, Alba, Lanai. All right, I'm almost done, chat. We'll play one more time. Donkey? Kendo and Doyen. What the heck?
Welcome in and thanks for joining today, Mr. Doomman.
Hey, Mr. Dooman. What's that last one? Nice job, Kobuchon.
Day one, here am on my own without you, wishing that didn't go. Day two, same again, comes and goes, breaks my heart, no one knew.
Alright, I'll be right back, chat.
Didn't wanna go, 'cause out here, I'm all alone. Didn't wanna go. didn't wanna go. I wanna turn back the time and let you know to come home. Kiss you so you can hold.
This is elevator music. But it's like, oh, it's pretty nice elevator music. Like imagine like an upscale hotel. Oh, oh. Boom, 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 boom. Irie. Emir. Reap, reap. Reap, reap, beep, deep, deep, boop, boop, bap, deep, deep. 4-letter word starting with P.
An ad is about to start in 2
Cry?
minutes on Twitch.
Free. Pierre. Perm. There it is. There it is! We're advancing. Clear! 5 levels. Ooh, level 18. Oh boy, this is the best for today. Let's keep rocking it, chat. Feeling a little energized from that lunch now. Ooh. Schadenfreude. There. Shine. Stern. Ooh, we got that one.
Welcome in and thanks
Strength.
for today, Ordinary Gamer.
Ordinary Gamer, good to see you back.
Start in 1 minute on Twitch.
Girth. No. Stent. Shent. Shang. Tense. Gents. We got gents already. Rents. Tenth. Oh, we got 10th already too. Nice. Ooh, we are rocking it for this one. We got the squad ready. We got May, Co with Sean, Mr. Dooman, Rugmat Bot, Roy Lisi, Ordinary Gamer, and D Parvin, as well as Stream Elements. Getting us here. Clear. Level 23. Here we go. Ooh, Empire.
The ad is starting now and will go for 90
Ooh, Pipeline. That's a good guess. Pipes. Pipe in. Piped. Pippi Longstocking. Ooh, what'd you get? Pamphlet. Wow. Metal.
Welcome in and thanks for joining today, Aim Looser. Aim Looser followed.
Hey, thanks for
the
joining.
Aim Looser.
Welcome, welcome. Happy to have you here. Appreciate that follow. Hamlet, metal, pamphlet. Come on, chat. We got this. Aleph. Oh. Ordinary Gamer. Apple. How did I not see that? Applet? Plate. Pleat. Do you got any idea on N8N pipeline development? I have tinkered with N8N before, but what's your specific idea or thing that you're running into that you could use some help with? I'll try my best, but I likely won't be able to help out. We'll see. One more word, chat. One more word. Come on. One more word. Mattel? Oh, Rugmat Bot! Because of Ordinary Gamer. Coming in clutch. We passed the level. Best for today. Best for today is level 24, where we're at right now. Let's keep it rolling. GG, GG. Not clear, though. No clear on that one, huh? Seriously? Display. Plays. Lids. Your win of the week is trying the electrolyte powder mix. Nice. Congrats on that. Round of applause. Round of applause. Thank you for sharing, Ordinary Gamer. I can't think of any other words right now. Lades. Aids. 5 letters. Yeah, that's what's making it difficult. Plaid. How did I not see that one? Days. D-A-Y-S. Plidays. Lapis. What'd you get there? Plaids. Wow. Why wouldn't Lades be there? Dials. My goodness. Speed dial. Rugmat Bot. Daily. Well, good thing Ordinary Gamer is here. carrying us quite a bit. And May. That was a tough one. That was a tough one. Oh! Sadly. Sadly, that was a tough one. My goodness. Big shout out and thank you to May, Ordinary Gamer, Code with Sean, Mr. Doom, and Roy Lisi, D. Parvin for playing and getting us to level 24, which is our best for today. Nicely done, nicely done. All right, we're gonna stop it there though. I'm gonna keep hacking on some code stuff now. All right, friends. Home slices. Software, game development again. Radio. All right. So, I've had a couple ideas. What I want to try and do, chat, is, one, get out of that. Two, let's work together here, okay? This is what we're going to do. I want to practice trying out AI to one-shot, meaning one prompt, and see if these agentic coding tools can do a good job at building something out with one prompt, basically. Work together. Is that allowed? It is allowed. Yeah. It's very much allowed. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to try... Well, actually, I should create a... Let's do a... make directory...
Welcome and thanks for joining today, Fucheros.
Hey, what's up, Frank? You know what? Let's see if we can do... What do we call? It was like the Discord Wordle bot. Discord. No. GitHub.com/Archeo. Repositories. Discord Wordle bot. So what if we do Discord connections bot? Let's see if we can one-shot that. Well, not one-shot it, but let's see how far it can go with. So we're going to call it Discord connections bot. Okay. CD Discord connections bot. Code.insiders. .-r. Okay. Okay. Yes, I trust the authors. It's me. All right. Yes, Snake, I trust. I trust me. All right, I'm going to use Claude 3 set. I feel like Gemini 2.5 Pro is like the best one right now, but you know what? We could try 04 Mini. That's the newest one, right? Try 04 Mini and see how it does. Is there a co-working stream now? Yeah, May, for sure. The question is though, can this a screenshot problem symbols tools web search? We're gonna want to have web search available on this. Okay, so I just turned that on. Trust me usually ends poorly for me. yeah, exactly. All right, so what I want to do is, whoa, where's the connections? Okay, we're gonna do this. All right, we're gonna give it this information and how to play. Okay, and we want to score it somehow, right? Or we want to keep track. We're going to come up with the requirements here. All right. I want to build a Discord bot that can capture connections, capture results that users share after they play the connections game from the New York Times website here, right? Okay, then I'm going to tell it about the rules of the game. Here are the rules of here are the instructions rather on how to play the game. I'm gonna have to copy those. Like, can I copy these? Yellow, green, blue, purple. Yellow, green, blue, purple. Straightforward is gonna be square. We want the squares. We need yellow. Is this yellow? Yep, yellow, green, blue, purple. Okay. Straightforward to tricky, as denoted by these emojis. All right, so I'm telling it how to play. And then let's get like the results, which I can grab like my latest, oops, what did I just do? My latest results here. And after a user finishes playing the connections game, they can copy their results and share them anywhere. The format of the results that they copy can be seen in this example. I like putting these in quotes too. These in quotes. So what I'm trying to do right now for everybody that's following along is one shot this, but give it as much information as I possibly can right in that one shot. One prompt is what I mean by one shot. Okay. What else do I need to tell this? Okay, so we can tell from the results if they successfully completed that instance of a connections game if they get each emoji color across the board. So in the example, we can see they did get all the yellow based connections, green, blue, and purple. But it took them making some mistakes to get to the finish. This we should consider this when assigning scores, I guess. Scores for each user after they share their results. Each user can compete against other users to see who scored best. What else do we want to do, chat? What else am I missing from this? For example, I wonder how if I'm running out of space. For example, for a second example of a user's results, we can see they completed the same connections game without any mistakes, and therefore will have a better score. Example 2. Okay, please build a Discord bot that can read connections, game results shared by users, and keep track of their scores. Use JavaScript or use TypeScript with, let's say, bun. Yes. Am I using bun in the other one? I forget. Is order of difficulty to be in the stats? Yeah, we need to add that too. I feel like I'm going to have to iterate on that though. May. Or was it? I'm using TypeScript and I'm using bun. Yeah, okay. Because the reason I'm asking that is once I get this bot, if this works, what I can do is I can deploy this bot on the same server that I have the Discord bot running, you know? And then I can update the database to have like a separate table for connections too. Although I named that database WordleBot one, but maybe I'll just create a separate instance for that too. All right. I think we shared enough. This is a big prompt. We give it a lot of information. Let's see how good it can do, right? So the idea behind this experiment is, one, I'm trying to do two things, right? I've had it in mind to build out a connections bot, a Discord bot that keeps track of our connections results, right? For some time now. We've talked about it in the past. And then two, I've been having this itch to just see how good the AI is getting lately. And we're using the latest and greatest that just came out, 04 Mini from OpenAI. All right, sending it. Let's see what it does. Enable access. Oh no. Let me let's copy this so we don't lose it just in case. Can I just click enable? Okay, that was good. Sweet. All right, it's working. It's working on things. It's digesting this huge prompt. Well, I mean, I think relatively speaking, it's not that big of a prompt. We're not getting anywhere. Nice music to go along with AI thinking, yeah. Why is it taking so long, though? Okay, here we go. All that, and it just read the folder that we're currently in. You gotta head out, Coach On. Have a good weekend. You too. Thanks for hanging out and playing words on stream and stuff. See you next week. All right, this is taking significantly longer than anything I've experienced in the past with these tools. What do you think, chat? Do I stop it and switch to a different model? Is there a timer on AI thinking? No, not that I know of. Come on, AI, come on. Oh, we got some movement. It's like really thinking. It's being very thoughtful here. All right, we got a package JSON. It's going to use discord.js.env rest. Discord.js rest. I don't think I've seen that before. Discord API types. Why wouldn't that be a dev dependency? We got node types. That's good. That's ooh, okay. And it's using bun. It was smart with that. A Discord bot to track New York Times connections, game results, and scores. Sweet. So it's like getting it, but it's just taking a while. Oh, it's creating a TS config. Using ES next. Nice. I don't necessarily mind that it's taking longer. It just seems odd compared to past experiences, you know? Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Ooh, we got a data JSON now. Submissions. Okay. I'm going to try prompting on my work laptop using 04 mini to see if it's going this slow too. Now I got an update though. Just gotta turn on a message here. Not lunch break. Vibe coding. We're letting it do its thing. Oh, is it done? That's all it did. It's done already. Hold on a second. Okay, I've scaffolded the bot with bun scripts, package JSON with bun scripts, and Discord JS dependencies. Stores per puzzle submissions, and then index, environment loading, bot token client ID, guild ID, JSON file persistence, / command, leaderboard to show average attempts, message listener that parses connection shares, extracts puzzle number, attempts, and records best score per user. Okay, let's check this out. All right, I guess I'm not going to do that on my work laptop. Let's check out the code. All right, we got Discord JS, which we're familiar with. Why is that showing red right now? That's because we have an npm installed. We're going to keep this stuff. Keep it. It's saying bun install. So we'll do that. Bun install. No packages. Why does it say that? ls. There's a package JSON right there. Is it already run? No packages deleted, empty line. What if I do npm install? Invalid package config. Whoa. Is it because I gotta do I have to say done? Are those files actually there? This is what makes me wonder if uninstall. What are you talking about? There's a package JSON right here. This is 04 mini May. Do I have to go in and actually save it? Is that what's going on here? Bun install. It's there. There we go. That was weird. It wasn't actually there because I guess I didn't save it, even though I accepted everything. All right, we did bun install. Now we got to create an env file. And what did it say to do? Where'd that chat go? Whoa, what's going on? Is my PC gonna crash or something? Create an env with your bot credentials. So we need bot token equals da 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 da. We need client ID. Sweet seduction is haunting my dreams. What the hell are we listening to? Next song, please. All right, we'll get that information shortly. And then bun run source index.ts. All right, before we run it though, let's check out the code here. Not saved. That's what, yeah, what was that? Frank, you should be familiar with this, right? You use this stuff. All right, so it goes to get from process env. So here's the thing with these AIs that I keep noticing, even with the latest model. So 04 mini is the latest model, coding model from OpenAI. And they still, in today's day and age, even with Bun or Node.js, latest version of Node.js, you don't need to use .env anymore. We can get rid of this and we can just use process.env. Okay, so that's one knock to this latest model. Outside of that, this seems fine. Data path, it's going to get the data JSON. Okay. It's creating an interface submissions record, which is a string that has a sub record that's a string and a number. So it's puzzle ID, user ID, and then their number of attempts. I think that's okay. But I just don't, I wonder what they're going to put in as attempts. Models are closed a long time ago. Model are closed a long time ago. What do you mean, Frank? I don't know what you mean by that. All right, load the data. So load up the JSON file. You can write to the file. Register commands. Parse submission. Okay, let's see what it's doing here. So lines. Is it going to trim and split based on carriage return question mark and line feed? Okay, that's good. I don't know if that's good. I don't know if this is actually going to work. That's why they might not know about the process.env thing. Oh, I get what you're saying. But like, you know, it's interesting you say that, Frank, but still, we need to know that. Well, here's the other thing. Like, look in here. It's telling me that there's newer versions of this type nodes available. Meanwhile, the package JSON put in this specific version here. So version 20 and any sub minor or patch versions for that. Discord REST apparently has newer versions of that, and it gave us version 1, you know what I'm saying? Which, okay, fine, maybe that came out these, I don't know, that's a significant jump, like from 20 to 22 or 1 to 2. I gotta think there's been a lot of time between these versions, and it's not something that the models could have not been trained on, you know? So there's that. In addition to that, Node, Bun, and Dino have been out a while now, where you can load environment variables or environment files from an env file for quite some time now. And like, I don't know, like this model has got to be the latest trained on the latest results. I think it's like January 2020. I don't know. We can look it up. 04 mini. Where's like the, does it tell you? Knowledge cutoff. Oh, May of last year. Why would the knowledge cutoff be May of last year? You know, models are a snapshot in time. I do know that, yes. But there are some, like, what's this one? Why are all of them cut off May 31st, 2024? About over 3. All of them.
Welcome in and thanks for joining
Cross keys.
Cross keys.
Cross keys, good. Welcome and happy to have you here. First time chatter. You said the node version it gave you is the previous LTS. Right. So let's look at nodejs.org, right? And we look at not learn, where are the docs? Right there. Maybe they have special specificities that allow only LTS or something like that. Possibly. I want to see.
An ad is about to start in 2 minutes on Twitch.
Node.js releases. Okay. All right. This tells me when they were released. So when was 22 like version 00 release? So they're using based on 20, which is okay. Let's look at the releases of this. I want previous releases. Flashbang. Where's 22? The first version of 22. Let's make it bigger so I can actually read what's saying here. Which is right here. Is April 24th, 2024. That's when the first version of LTS version 22, Node 22, was released, chat. Okay? About once a year, they say, this is our LTS version. If you want to upgrade, we're going to keep releasing bug fixes for long... Yeah, I'm familiar with that. Thank you, Cross Keys, though. So we can see April 24th, right? Then if we go back to the models training, March, April, May. So this is after. This knowledge cutoff is after, right, chat? Doing date math. It's after the release of Node 22. Yeah, but it's before the next LTS came out. What? For what LTS? Like 22 is the latest LTS. No, the latest LTS is version 22.14. Right, but I mean, like, the difference between those...
Starting now and we'll go for 90 seconds.
What I mean by that, Cross Keys, is, like, the ability to... So let's go to the docs. Let me show you the Node.js .org. We'll go to the docs. And where's the environment variable stuff? Like env file. It might be under the command line. Let's just Google it. Or Node.js 22 load environment variables. How to read environment variables from Node.js. Yeah, we know that. But like, here we go. Node env file. It's a flag, okay? When was that added, though, is what I want to... I wanted to look at the docs. Support for env files. Oh, it was introduced in 20. Even better. Look at this. Node.js 20 introduced... Well, as experimental, so I'll give you that. Right here. History. All right, it was added in 20.6. Shoot, okay. So, all right, here we go. 20... As experimental, though. When was it added? Add support to mobile. So 20... Native environment. So the oh, I guess it's still under experimental. Maybe that's why. If that's the case, then I'll say, okay, you got me. Meaning like the AI, you got me. You don't want to add something in that's still experimental and not officially released, I guess. If it was experimental, it probably had a weird extra long flag name as opposed to env file. I think it was always env file, Cross Keys. I'm pretty sure it was always env file, based on this documentation at least, right? But it's saying active. It's saying stability 1.1. What does that mean? Oh, stability 1.1. So it's still experimental. That's what that means. Active development. Experimental features at this stage are nearing minimal viability. What version? This is the version 22. So yeah, I guess even in version 22, LTS, latest LTS, it's not considered fully out. Okay, that's fair. Let's see. The other thing, which is not being shown in this one, but in other cases where I will tell AI to spin up a Node application, is it uses NodeMon. So the other thing I should do this before I make these videos, I guess, huh? Node.js watch feature. I want to find more about that. How do I change which version I want to show? Let's find the watch. Watch. This is stable. What's the history of this one? Watch mode is now stable. So version 22 is when that was stable, which was on that date, April 24th. The reason I'm bringing that up is, let me show you github.com/Clark, because I just did a video, or I just recorded a video yesterday.
Welcome in and thanks for joining today, Mosk_on_Twitch. Welcome in and thanks for joining today, Duke the Coder.
So, where's the one I did yesterday? This one. So this is Gemini 2.5 Pro, but like this is not me picking on any particular. Also, all of this is not me picking on any particular model. This is me saying that I'm seeing this across models from different providers. So in this one, you'll see it's using NodeMon. This was just yesterday I generated this application. Okay, using Gemini 2.5 Pro. And it's using NodeMon. And you can't really tell what version of Node it's expecting here, but like, let's see, maybe we can look up Google Gemini, like the cutoff date of that one, 2.5 Pro. Does it tell you the cutoff dates of their things? For Google side of things? 2.5 models, let's look at that. Going deeper. Do they have something similar to like what OpenAI has here? Anybody know? Models. Learn more. Where's the training cutoff? Maybe it says it in the fine print here. Updated March 26th with no model information. Okay, knowledge cutoff January 2025 for Gemini 2.5 Pro. So its knowledge should contain information on how to use Node's watch flag, which is stable, so it's not experimental. So we don't have that potential reason for it to not be included in the training. So why doesn't it tell me to use watch? You know what I'm saying? There's stuff like that where I'm like, hey, I would love to see the models get better about that, you know? Krosky says, what are you planning to vibe code? I am working on building out a Discord bot. We just thought to do this. I mean, we've had the idea to do this from when I worked on a different Discord bot for the Wordle game. But we play Connections every week, which is this game. If you've never played before, let me open it up in private chat so you can see. The idea is you got to find connections between four words in here, and there's going to be 4 categories of connections. And then the way you play, oops, I didn't mean to click on that. The way you play is like so. So you say, all right, these are the 4 words that are in all those words, and you add them all together. And so, oh, so you know what it is. You had a guy that went through it. What's up, Doug Decoder? Doug Decoder, yeah. Place your bets. How long before someone ends up with a huge unexpected cloud bill because they had AI deploy resources for them? Krusky says, if it was experimental, it probably had a weird extra long plan. I don't know about that. So yeah, YouTube. So if you're familiar with the Krusky's, you know how to play connections. So my thought process is just like we built for Discord, where you can share your results in my Discord server, and I have a bot that's sitting there listening for messages like that and capturing data. And then we have a leaderboard where if you go to clarkyo.com/Wordle, it will show you your stats if you opt in to want it to be shown on here, because this is publicly available. So you can see how many times the wins, losses, and ties is like our calculations of scores, but the successes and failures are just straight from Wordle. And then average attempts is calculated straight from Wordle, total games, and all that. So I love Astro Crosskeys. Astro is like my favorite front-end framework tool to use because of its flexibility and all that fun stuff. I really like it. You've also totally fallen in love with it. Yeah, it's super nice. I mean, think about it. You can use any other front-end framework to build out components with it, or just use Astro. Like, why would you not start a website that way? Because you can go the route of just like having statically generated pages, or you can have dynamically created pages, like, and hydrate them and all that fun stuff. Really, I saw Cloudflare workers allow Astro too, so you can make quick pages there too. Really, Astro's awesome. Astro's like the best of everything, it seems, in my opinion. And free. It's free. Where do we leave off? So am I on, are you all like with me on this in the sense of like, if a model knowledge cutoff is after when a feature has gone stable in Node.js, like this watch flag. So instead of having to use NodeMon, it shouldn't. Basically, what I'm getting at is if a model has been trained, has a knowledge cutoff that is after this feature has been put in place for Node, with the latest and greatest features in LTS Node, why wouldn't it generate code with that in mind? Why would it tell me something that's old and no longer as modern? I mean, not to say there's anything wrong with NodeMon. Like, NodeMon works perfectly fine, but like in my mind, it's one more dependency that I have to think about and manage, right? So Crosskey says, I think this is one of those just AI things. Or at least I gotta try it. When I started, I got distracted learning Bash. I got you. Doug Dakota, I agree with your logic. I'm just not sure that they scraped all the sites list pages in the knowledge base up to that date. Yeah, that's a good... I'm making a big assumption there. Like, my assumption is that... the models get trained, like they consume like everything possible on the internet, right? Is that the idea, or do they limit what they train on? Not sure. Really. Also, how would the bot know what it doesn't know? Well, that's what I'm saying. I think the company behind it and the engineers building it out, they choose what to train it on, right? Doug says a lot of the sites are trying to throttle/block scraping. Yeah, by AI nowadays because of the huge traffic volumes. Yeah. Releases. If you ask the model what its cutoff is, it will tell you, but it won't know by default something has been updated. Yep. Cross keys. The closest I can get to an answer is that it's running off of all the learning data it's accrued and assuming that it's working off of code from the past 2 to 3 years. 80% of them are going to be using the V20 LTS instead of the new one. Okay. However, well, I don't want to say however, because my prompt that I tend to use for this experimental thing that I've been doing for each one, it mentions Node.js. I think if I made it more generic and said like use Bun or Dino, maybe it would leverage that. It has no concept of LTSs or that higher versions are better. Yeah. It has like 36 months of projects using version 20 LTS and 5 months of version 22. Yeah, that's fair. That is fair too. It's seeing what everybody else is using. Right. That's fair. Frank says, ask the model what's the latest version to the model. Also, models are trained on usually trained on a curated list of things. At least that's my best. Yeah, all right, let's ask the model. What is the latest version of Node.js you are trained on? I guess I should have switched it from agent mode to ask mode, but whatever. Let's stop actually. Let's go to ask mode. What is the latest version of Node.js you're trained on? I'm glad you like that, cross keys. Yeah, it makes, especially if people are watching on mobile, I want them to be able to see better when it's tiny like this. My training includes Node.js releases up through 20.x as of June 2024. The latest was around 20.6. Interesting. Which, if we go back to let's ask it. Does your training on Node.js include experimental features? And if so, would you use that in your responses and output code that you generate? Not to forget, some AI models like ChatGPT have an approval system and has a small percentage of mutation, but for its base, it gets bulk updated occasionally after. Oh, okay, gotcha. I'm familiar with Node.js through 20, including many of its experimental flags and APIs like that. By default, I'll stick to stable, officially released APIs in examples unless you specifically ask to target and experiment. Okay, so there we go. That helps answer our questions. Good to know. Good to know. That answers why. I've been seeing that a lot. All right, so it's not, like, and to be clear, anytime I've brought this up in my videos and assessments of trying these models out, I always brought it up as like a small thing that I wish that they would do better. But that's okay. But not something that I'd be like, oh, this code is absolutely trash because of it. You know what I mean? That's not the thought process I have behind it. All right, let's continue to evaluate now that we answered. Thank you for indulging me in that conversation, everybody, and talking through this. Let's continue to look at the code that it generated to parse out connections results. I kind of want to test this functionality. I'm going to tell it, write a test for the parse submission function. Agent. Write a unit test for the parse submission function, please. It takes so long with this model, though. I thought mini is supposed to be like a little bit faster. Take your time. Take your time. Oh, here we go. Well, I didn't tell you to make any edits to that. What did it do? Or null. Okay. Did it add a new file? No, nothing yet. Still working. Can't wait for one day someone who doesn't know vibe coding to come to stream and be like, what do you mean vibe coding? This is just coding. That'll be the day. Or at least that will be the day. A sad day. All right, looks like it finished. Exported parse submission in index.ts, created index.test.ts with cases for valid submissions with mistakes, perfect submission, non-connections, content, missing guest lines. To run the test, just run bun tests. Okay, let's keep those. And we're gonna run bun test. Bun, let's make it bigger. Now it's clear. Bun test. Missing bot token, client ID, or guild ID. An environment. Why do I need that to run that test? Is it because of the way this is structured? I think it requires it, that's why, right? At the top here. We'll comment this out for now. Ayo, what? Expected token to be set. Parses a valid submission with mistakes. Yeah, I don't think that's quite... It's saying all the tests are passing, but it probably wrote the tests. I want to see the result. Let's say console.log results. Let's see it. Oops. Clear fun test. Why does it say 7 attempts on that? That's interesting. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. I think I'm okay with that. 7 attempts. So if somebody gets it in 4 attempts, we got that. All right, so that seems like it's working. All right, the tests are working. Huh. Load data, register commands, then it creates a connection to the Discord. On ready, message create. When a message is created, we're going to parse. We're going to send it to the parse submission. If it was parsed, we get those 2 things, data submission. So we add it to the data. It's even got guard logic so that if you've already submitted your results for an existing instance, saves it and says recorded your result for puzzle. Da-da-da. Wow, that's actually pretty good. What's this interaction? Oh, leaderboard. I guess we can test this out right away. I gotta say, this is a pretty good start. The connections bot is coming alive right here, right now, in front of your face holes. Yeah. This is a good start. It's not everything we want it to do, because I think I told it. I was like, hey, didn't I tell it?
Welcome in and thanks for joining today, Colorite Kappa.
Hey, welcome in. I got distracted with some work stuff here, chat. Hold on. Where was I? I got distracted. ADD. Squirrel. I thought I had asked it, or told it. We should consider this when assigning scores for each user after they share the results. Each user can compete against other users. Yeah, so I guess I didn't talk about, I didn't tell it about if somebody gets it in the same score, we gotta have a tiebreaker beyond that, right? Squirrel. Yeah. So let's. I don't know. Should I just? I'm kind of baffled. Oh, it's Jeff who has a command. Jeff. Fritz. Is that who you're talking about? Fritz has the squirrel command, right? Yeah. Yeah. Whatchamacallit. You discovered 4 locos today? Good luck with that. Yeah. This is interesting. Didn't even know we had those in the UK. I didn't know you did either. I thought they got banned in the US. Or at least I thought they did, and then I think they tweaked their ingredients and now they're not banned or something like that. I don't know where I want to take this next. I don't know if I want to try and deploy it just yet. Not deploy it, but set up this stuff information just yet, or not. I also definitely don't want it to be storing it like this, but that's okay for right now. You know? But that's pretty cool. One shot, I think that's pretty good. I think that's working great. One shot prompt. Just built out a Discord connection spot. Amazing. Let's see if we can... Alright, I don't want to deploy it just yet. I'm not ready to do that. I might do that off stream. What I think I want to do now is iterate on it just slightly so that it can do the tiebreaker, right? So let's say, okay, oops, zoom in. Okay, this is working great and nice job. Always be nice to the AI chat, okay? Really quick caveat on this. Folks I've been talking with about AI, they're like kind of iffy about kind of personifying, if you will, AI. And I totally understand that, because it's going to be a weird day when we get to the point where we interact with AI as if it's another human being, even though it's not, okay? Like, I foresee that coming at some point in time. And I think I'm like, it's both like weird and scary, but also kind of interesting at the same time to me. However, and then those same people that I talk to are like, no, I hate this. This is terrible type of thing. Don't talk to AI as if it's human. In my mind, I'm like, what does it hurt? If anything, it helps, because if and when we get to that point where AI is interacting with us like it's human, and it's able to look at all our past interactions with other AI, right? Because all this stuff is being tracked, right? Right? All this stuff is being captured by the AI or by the companies behind the AI to some degree or another. In which case, any AI that starts behaving and has access to that past chat information, they're going to be looking at it and they're going to judge you. And they're going to treat you based on how you treated it all along. Okay? So that's my advice. And that's the approach I'm taking with this, is I'm going to be kind to the AI. You heard it's confusing it at some degree by talking to it like this. I'm willing to make that sacrifice for the future. But I get it. I watch the same movies you do. Yeah, exactly. All right. Okay, this is working great. And nice job. Let's improve the logic a bit around scoring. Another scenario we need to account for is when two users
2 minutes on Twitch.
finish the game with the same score. A possible differentiator to use for their scores is based on which order of difficulty of the categories the user solved first. So with that in mind, the order is based on the emoji the order of difficulty for each category. Connection.
An ad is about to start in 1 minute on
Category
Twitch.
is based on the emoji color, with yellow being the easiest, then green, blue, and the hardest being purple. can you update the bot to support this as well? Let's see what it does. Probably gonna take a while. Release says, I mean, I get better responses this way, but I do that by default. I feel so bad leaving the AI. My friend was like, why are you saying be right back? Just get off and get back. Oh, you even go to that extent, Releasey? I don't know about that. I'm not sitting here saying, okay, bye, catch you later. I think that's going a little too far for me. You feel bad? I don't know, man. Why would you feel bad in that situation? It understands. It's busy talking to us all, like millions of other people, right? Wait a minute. Why is it saying 698 problems? Oh, hard-coded secret. Duplicate if body. 2 subsequent branches of an if statement have duplicate bodies. Those are not duplicate bodies. Why is it
starting
looking
now
at this?
and will
Anyway?
go for 90 seconds.
You should watch Burke's last video on his personal channel. I share a few nice. It shares a few nice tricks about the one shot. Oh, okay, yeah, we could check that out. What's Burke's personal channel though? Let's see. This one, the future of AI and VS Code? Is it that one, Frank? I wish I could be like that. Waste so much time. I go there for intermediate chat so it doesn't think I go there only when I need them. That might be why I like Gemini. It kind of yells at you that it's an AI assistant, not just some chat. Okay. Change tabs to videos. Yes, GitHub Copilot knows about your whole code base. I feel like these other ones are too old compared to what you're suggesting. Fancy setup. Yeah, Burke's got a nice setup. I like his Lego town behind him. Oh, was it on the VS? It might be the VS Code channel then you're thinking of.
So
Let me check my history. All right, yeah, let me know, Frank. If you can get the direct link, that'll save us some time here. I don't want to spend too much looking for this right now. Oh, okay. In the meantime, while we were doing a little bit of that, we can see it change the code. I've updated the bot to parse and store each submission's solved order emoji sequence of completed categories. During new submissions, replace only if fewer attempts or equal attempts, but a better tie-break order. Leaderboard aggregation now collects tie-break sequences per user and applies the same ordering when averages match. Okay, we're going to keep all that. Let's see what it did now. All right, so it's decide if new submission should replace previous. I don't think we need to worry about that, but okay. I don't think I like that. We don't care about previous submissions from that author for that puzzle ID. We don't, I'm going to tell it. We don't need to replace previous submissions for the same puzzle / game number. There should only ever be one submission per game per user. Can you fix the logic to support that? Boy talks about my goodbyes while using as if it doesn't understand sounds. Yeah, that's true. Fair enough, Roy Lacey. Fair enough. Oh, that's the link? All right, perfect. Perfect timing, Frank, because it's going to take a little while to work on.
In this video, I'm going to show you all of the new AI features that just dropped for Visual Studio Code. We've got agent mode, we've got a new completions model, we've got MCP servers. What is that? Bring your own key, all of that and more. And we're going to see if we can build a complete application by the end of this video. Are you ready?
Yes.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Now, first, let's talk about agent mode because it's a more do that kind of use it then. And this is a problem for LLMs. Technology move prompts, which we're using, is April 2024. And the docs for installing Tailwind and Astro have a date down here of 2025. So they may have changed since then. And this is a problem with dates. And success. How do we get the agent? So let's try the prompt again, but this time I'm going to use this fetch tool. So tools that you can use by pressing the pound key here, and then you can just use the different tools that are in this menu. So I'm going to use fetch, and then I'm going to paste in the URL, and then I'm going to say follow the instructions exactly.
I love the sound of his keyboard.
Important because
the sound of that keyboard, it's awesome. Frank says there is an MD file you can put into the .github folder that gives the best practices. Thinking about your ENV thing. He talks about it at the 8-minute mark. Okay.
Viable application. I will include this in the description for the video, and you can copy my PRD here, and you can use AI, tell it what you want, and have it generate one for you. Now, the other thing that I have here is I've included some custom instructions here in this copilot instructions.md file, which defines some best practices. It talks about the name of the application, what it is, the technologies that are used, and then some of the best practices for those technologies. Now, where did I get this? I generated it with AI, and you can too. Just go out to any of these AIs and ask them for best practices for the application stack that you're building, and it's very capable of generating it, and then you can just go tweak it to your liking. All right, so there's actually one more thing that we need to do before we can have Copilot try to build this on its own, and that is we need to tell Copilot about our database. How are we going to do that? Well, the database that we have is a Postgres database. And it's not complicated. It has two tables in it, links and lists. But the only way for us to really tell Copilot about the database is to either write...
All right, we don't need to worry about that though right now. Okay. Okay, it's done. I've updated the message handler so that once this user submits a result for a given puzzle, it's locked in. No further replacements or tiebreaker comparisons. Any additional posts for the same game will simply get a "you already have a submission" reply. Let me know if that... if we should add an edit command or any... No, that's fine. Okay, but... No, so it's kind of misunderstood me here. I think you misunderstood a bit. Yes, we don't want a user to submit their results for the same game more than once, but we still want to compare, capture the difficulty order in which they solved the connections game, so that when comparing the results of that connections game number comparing the results of other users for that connection scheme number, we can use that data to determine a tie. Data to help with help as a tiebreaker, rather. Sorry. Now you can see. Frank's saying, I feel bad, but I think you didn't understand what I mean. Don't take it personal, but that's not what I mean. Hey, nice dress. I'm not wearing a dress. Is that what you're talking about? I think I'm even more confused now, Frank. But I'm not taking it personal. Excuse me. Being nice with AI. Always be polite. Wait, what are you trying to say to me, though? Oh, I get what you're saying now. You're saying that as if you're talking to the AI, not me. Okay, I got you. I'm with you now. So I would say so far my experience with 04 Mini is pretty good, other than it being really slow. I wonder, because it's in preview mode or something like that. I was too deep in my thought. Yeah, no worries, Frank. It's all good. I just wonder if... Oh, we got something. I wonder if because it's in preview mode, that's why it's taking... Because like Claude and Gemini and GPT-4o models usually go faster than this, in my experience. What else is it changing? Oh, generating more edits. Okay, I didn't like what it changed. It's doing some more stuff. Music is intense. Are we done? Nope, still going. Still working. Making more changes. Really, is it true that they go faster, but it's more efficient? It's best to wait one long wait than 20 short ones? I'm not sure. That's a good question. Or at least all I'm saying is, based on my past experience with the other models in agent mode, they typically go faster than this. But maybe that's not a good thing. Could have another tab for quick questions. Yeah, that is something that would be nice here. I wonder if that's possible. Can you add more chat views? It just has one. Oh, it is a quick chat. What does that do? I can do it up there, like a quick chat that way. Close that out. I've added a puzzle option to the leaderboard. If provided, it ranks submissions for that specific puzzle using attempts, then solved order tiebreak. Without it, you get the global leaderboard average attempts with solved order tiebreak. Let me know. Okay. Let's keep all that and let's take a look what it does. What's... Ooh. Let's look at the code. That's the leaderboard one. All right, parsing. Let's go into parse submission. Solved order. Okay. So it's taken puzzle ID, number of attempts based on guest line's length, and then solved order is filtering guest lines. Why is it like that? Oh, I guess it doesn't matter the order. In this case, maybe? That's interesting. Could have another tab. I read that already. Let's okay, now update the unit tests for the parse submission function with more cases around solve order. Boom, 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 boom. Hey, he's back. You almost startled me there. How'd things go with your mentee? Your bus factor. Is it better yet? Went well. It was just cleaning up some code we worked out at the end of the day yesterday. Okay, nice. We need like something to do in between. We need like a quick game that we can play in a matter of like a minute or two while the AI agent runs and does its thing. I spy. I spy with my little eye. Is that what you mean, May? Okay, I've updated the test to assert solved order array, adjusted existing test to expect the correct order, added a new case ensuring the function preserves. Let's run bun test now and see what it does. Clear bun test. Ooh. Test, look at you. I know, I had the AI do it. Yeah, this I Spy game. Okay. 3 failed. Ooh, okay. What do we got going on here? Result to equal. Let's look at the tests. We're gonna save that. Oh, you know why? Maybe we didn't keep them. Is that why? Let's try this again. No, that's still. You only get 2 pass and 3 fail. Still. All right, so let's see. We got parses a valid submission with mistakes. Which one's failing? Let's see the ones that are failing again. Oops. Parses a perfect submission without mistakes is failing. Perfect submission without mistakes. Parses a perfect submission without mistakes is failing. Why is that failing? Because the solved order is not showing up like that. All right, let's tell it. Hey, the tests are actually failing right now. Can you take a look at the results and fix things so that they pass, so they properly pass? I don't want them like they're just gonna do assert true, you know.
Welcome in and thanks for joining today, King Lisi.
King Lisi, what's up? May's asking, does solve order really matter for the stats? I think it's important we capture it because let's say, so like the lowest number of attempts you can get in connections is 4. And basically, if more than one person playing puzzle ID 677 gets it in 4, then how do you know who did better? You just say everybody ties and you leave it at that? I think if somebody solves a harder category earlier on, that gives you like a bonus point or two or something. You know what I mean? That's what I'm getting at. So like if you, I don't know, maybe we tell it to assign points based on the category difficulty. The thing though that I don't like about that is there's times where I think like yellow is the hardest and purple is the easiest, but that's a whole nother thing. Yeah, so by difficulty, May. Really, I forgot you had a YouTube chat monitor bot attached to the Twitch. Yeah. What did it do? Whoa, wait, is it done already? That was much faster. I've adjusted solve order mapping to correctly grab the full emoji. So your 4 wide emoji strings now yield the proper characters. Go ahead and run bun test again. Everything should pass now. Look at how confident it is. Wow. Bun test. Liar? Or no, I didn't save probably, right? Yeah, we didn't keep. Oh, that's my bad. That's my bad, bot. That's my bad. 04 mini. I'm sorry. Forgive me, please. Oh, you're still a liar. I mean, it's difficulty based on most humans, so it makes sense even if it seems easier to you. Just could mean you are lucky. True. Yes, that's true. I mean, yeah, we have to go based on. But that's the thing. Where at least the editor at the New York Times that makes these stupid connections, they're the one that decides what's the more difficult and easier ones. So it is very subjective, I think, even from that standpoint. Sorry, but the tests are still failing. Can you determine why and make changes to sort things out? I mean, words that start with the letter S, right? Right. Is it taking to account, like, what is it using reference to? Just index.ts. Like, look at the tests. Run them. Run the tests. Do you think it's running the tests or no? Do I need to add a tool that does that? Find test files. It is doing that. Includes information about the last unit test failure. Okay. So it should be getting that. Man, can you imagine people that are just, they don't have like any background in programming, vibe coding? The stuff that they, oh man, they don't know to like sort these types of things out. It's kind of wild. We live in wild times, chat. Wild times, I say. I like the global try-catch vibe coding. That is true vibe coding. That is, yeah. Oh, it's updating the regex. Okay. Okay. It's fixing its regular expression. That's the only changes so far. Still thinking, still working. Still working on it. I mean, just look at how much lines of code I wrote without writing. All I had to do was think them. I just had to think what I wanted. And boom. It gets done for me. Yeah, how many you wrote? You know, I wonder the impact this is going to have on actual engineers that typically write code. How much less code they're going to be writing now. And as we move forward with these things. I really do think that like the impact of AI is gonna, I think the next step or transition for us as developers, once it becomes more widespread and more once it becomes more widespread and improves its code quality and security of the output of the code that it generates, I think that next step from that, when we reach that level, I think that's when existing engineers are gonna, because you think about like prior to all this, the different tasks and skills that you needed as an engineer working on any team is you need to have knowledge in the programming language and ecosystem. You need to be able to problem solve and like debug and that type of thing. And but like so that's like the main stuff, right? But then outside of that, you would have to, as you get more senior, you're writing less code, okay? And you're reviewing more code and removing more code and that type of thing. You're doing more of like the high level, big picture, going based off of your past experience of what works and what doesn't work, what are good patterns, what are bad patterns. And so what I think is going to happen at that next step transition for us is we're gonna like more people are gonna be that's gonna be the baseline. Instead of there being the baseline, people are starting and they're handwriting all the code. They're junior developers, entry level developers. It's gonna the entry point is gonna be that. Can you manage the code outputted from AI agents and make sure that they follow the right things? I think that'll be the next step. That's my prediction as of today. Tomorrow might be different. I hope so, because so far it's only helping with new frameworks that I'm too lazy to Google because it's a one-time 2-second thing. Oh, and writing algorithms in between all the code logic. Right. Sean says, I've talked with my leadership about reworking the parts of the interviews I do to protect against LLMs. Yeah, how do you do? Yeah, whoa. What are your... Talk me through that, Sean, if you can. Only share what you know you're allowed to share type of thing. But like how do you protect against that? Is it easy to detect when somebody, so I'm guessing, let's say an interview process, I'm not necessarily saying this is what you do, but like, you know, a lot of times during a developer engineering role interview, you'll get like a take home project thing to do, right? And so what, in that scenario where you're worried about somebody using LLMs to fulfill the objective of that take-home project, you'll have a way to detect if they used an LLM or not. Off the top of my head, I guess one way you can ask them about is if they can explain the code, right? They'd have to, like, if they wrote the code, or even if they didn't write the code, they need to be able to explain it and understand what it's doing. Like that's going to be a very valuable skill set in that next phase that I'm talking about, chat, in this industry. Being able to read and understand what code is doing. Sean says, in my case, it's not take-home stuff, it's live coding, but effectively giving them a screenshot of code and ask them to explain what it's doing. A screenshot prevents them from sticking it into an LLM easily. No, it's not. No, it's not. Let's put this to the test right now. With enough artifacts, it can. Not anymore, says Releasy. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you can put an image into it.
An ad is about to start in 2 minutes on Twitch.
Oh, let's keep that. So let's look. Like, I'm gonna take a screenshot of this and see if I can plug it into ChatGPT and ask it what it's doing. Hold on, chat. All right, I took a screenshot. Should be able to, can I paste it in here? Unable to upload.
An ad is about to start in 1 minute on Twitch.
Oh, I gotta log in. What's one that'll let me do it like directly? Will Claude let me do it without logging in? Or I might be logged in somewhere else. This music's kind of loud. Or worse, doesn't bother to use some auto formatter. Gotta be honest, it's funny seeing misaligned full commented code to the side after interviews with someone who doesn't know much coding or at all. Alright, Sean, I took a screenshot of that parse game results function, uploaded that image here, and I'm going to say explain this code. Boom. Let's see if it's kind of right. The TypeScript function parse submission is designed to parse the user's input text, probably a submission from a game like Connections by the New York Times. What? Do we have that in there? That's not in the code anywhere. That's not in the code anywhere, right? Wow. That's nuts. Line 60? Oh, shoot. Okay. Never mind. Never mind. I take it back. That's not that nuts. But I mean, it knew that it was from the New York Times, though. That's pretty big. I didn't say the New York Times. Okay. And extract some structured information from it. Here's a breakdown of what's happening step by step. Okay. Input, a string content expected to be the raw user input, output, puzzle ID, returns null if the input doesn't match expected patterns. Breakdown of logic. Split and pre-check header. Removes white space and splits the input into lines. First line must be connections, otherwise it's invalid input. Yeah. Extract puzzle ID. Expect second line to be puzzle that and extracts the number. Yeah. Extract guess lines. All remaining lines after the first two are potential guesses. Filters out empty lines. Yeah. Determines solved group order. Checks each guess line. If the line consists of 4 identical characters, usually emojis, it's considered a fully solved group. Adds the emoji to the solved order. And then return results. Returns the extracted puzzle ID. Given this input, the output would be... Oh, that's interesting. That's a bug. It actually... This is telling me about a bug here. So it's saying 4 attempts, but that's not true. This one was only 3 attempts, and then maybe they failed or whatever. We don't account for that scenario. It was kind of good we took a picture of this and asked it to evaluate it. You know what would be funny? Sing some AI to add the artifacts. You think what it puts on...
In 2 minutes on Twitch.
What it puts on the image, it knows how to remove them? What do you mean? What image? I'm not saying my solution is perfect, but it's a thought that might work. Oh no, I didn't think that you thought your solution was perfect. I was just saying let's test it out, you know. Hold on.
Oh snap, there goes the channel, _just raided with 13 odd ones. Oh snap. _just raided us with 13 viewers. Oh snap.
Oh, Ayo.
Just
I got here just in time to see that. Thank you for the raid, Ayo. Welcome in, everybody.
It's on Twitch.
Perfect time for a raid. Yeah, my oldest just got home from school, so I was saying hi to her.
Welcome in and thanks for joining today.
Yeah, I mean, I came back quick enough at least to see. Thanks, and welcome in everybody from AO Stream. Hope you're doing well. We were just talking through, well, first of all, I'm Clarkio, your host. Yes, the time was great, nice. And what I was working on today is switching things up slightly. I just wanted to do a one-shot prompt to the latest model from OpenAI, which is o4 Mini. Well, that's one of the latest models they announced this week. And see if it can build out a Discord bot that captures the connections results that people will share in a Discord channel. And during that process, we got into a discussion where Sean was talking about during interviews, finding ways to try and detect when people are using LLMs to help them and assist them in interviews. And one of the ways he was mentioning is if he shares a screenshot of code and asks the interviewee to explain that code. And I was like, I like the thinking there, but I think they can actually still work with that if they take the image, which I did here. I took an image of the code that was actually generated by the AI for the bot we're working on and asked this ChatGPT to explain that to me. And it did very well, so much so that I ended up, through its explanation, I realized that there's a test case that we didn't account for where it counts based on the number of lines as the number of attempts. But if they throw in anything random, some random guess like this, it's counting that as 4 attempts, even though that's really like that. So, but it did get the solved order correct, so that's cool. So that's catching you all up on what we're doing and the progress we've made. If any or all of that interests you, I hope you stick around. If not, thanks for joining in on the raid, and hopefully I'll see you another time. Have a good rest of your Friday and weekend. I mean, even if AI cannot read the image, there are tools like Max Screen Copy Text from Image. True. Yeah, true. That one is pretty nice. Yep. What else did I miss in chat? You didn't work. AI did all the work. Oh, yeah, you're right, Frank. Forgot about that. Also, I think, is there an ad running right now? Oh, an ad is about to start. It hasn't started yet. I was going to say, that's good timing, too, for the raid. Oh, and there goes the music. What happened, Pretzel Rocks? Service is just so unstable. Yeah, it's okay, or at least the mirror link is there. AI do read text from image really well, though. Oh, thanks for dismissing it, Sean. More income? Yes. What do you mean by more income? I missed that context of that. Sean says, yeah, it was just a thought. I haven't gone down the rabbit hole of testing / validating it yet. Well, there you go. I helped you out a little bit. Deep Harvin, thanks for doing all those channel point redemptions. Hopefully that helps a little bit, Sean. You did say please and thank you to the Pretzel Rock, so now it's mad at you. I did not say please thank you. Raid triggers, an ad break, more income. Oh, okay, yeah, I got you. Yep. Okay, where'd we leave off with this? Oh, it was failing tests, so I told it to fix the tests. All right, I moved parse submission
to start in 2 minutes on Twitch.
I gotta share my screen too. It says, after telling it that it's still broken, I moved parse submission into its own parser.ts module and updated the test to import that file. From that file, this isolates the parsing logic for testing and prevents runtime side effects from both. Yep. Let's run bun test again. Okay, bun test. Oh, wow. That worked. Okay, no problem, Sean. Thank you for helping out with that, Sean. Oh, we'll keep that, by the way. Okay, so that's cool. Let's see what it did with the tests here. So we should add a test in here. Can we fix this? Yeah, fix using Copilot.
An ad is about to start in 1 minute on Twitch.
Sean talked about the artifacts on the image, though, so the image isn't that easily readable. Oh, okay. Yeah. Compiler option bun types. npm install bun types. Let's do it. And then it said in the tsconfig compiler types hyphen bun types hyphen type rather. Tsconfig. Was it the tsconfig? Shoot, where'd that discussion go? It's got to be the tsconfig, right? Types. Node or bun types. See if that fixes it. Oh, there it is. That's why. Yeah, compiler options types. Compiler options types, bun types. Okay. Close. There we go. It fixed it. Can you configure the nodes -- watch thing at all, or is it all files? Can you elaborate a bit more on what you are asking me to look into doing, Releasey? So I'm gonna move my image over a bit. Was just wondering because I saw you were looking at that earlier and I hadn't seen it. The node watch thing? Well, I mean, I could do like bun watch, or I can bun test and then watch, and it'll watch for changes. I don't have to keep manually
The ad
running.
is starting now and will go for 90 seconds.
You know? Nah, I mean, jelly bean. All right. So what I want to do is tell it. Okay. Okay. This is working great now, and the tests are passing. One scenario that isn't accounted for is if a user enters non-supported text other than the expected emojis. The logic currently will count attempts based on each line, but a line may be invalid because it doesn't contain a permitted emoji, which is either that or that, right? Can you update the logic and tests to support handling this scenario? Like PM2 has full.json or JS file for configuration. Like, can you configure which folders it checks or exclude any? Oh, yes. There is a way. Well, I think by default, it will exclude git ignore. Let's look at the docs while we're waiting on this to finish doing its thing. If we go to the docs, is this the watch one? Use watch path right here. Watch path to specify what paths to watch. And then watch path is like this. So you could set it for multiple watch path 1, watch path 2, right? I'll share the documentation link for you. You can look into it more, Releasey. And is there exclusion? I think if it's basically, if it's not, oh, like if you want to watch source, but then you want to exclude something, I think you have to be very specific then. I would say that basically, it's like once you specify this, it's opt-in, I think, is the expectation. Yeah, that's true. That is a good point. You don't want to go through 50 watch paths just to exclude one of 51. I wonder if there's any other options with that. Maybe you put like an exclamation point in front of it. Oh, and it starts Node.js in watch mode and specifies what paths to watch. When in watch mode, changes in watch paths cause Node to process the restart. This will turn off watching of required or imported modules, even when used in combination with watch. This option is only supported on macOS and Windows. Oh, that's another thing. An error exception will be thrown when the option is used on a platform that does not support it. Interesting. Why wouldn't it work on Linux? So it looks like you can't, or at least that's a good feature to ask, like, if it's not already in their backlog. Yeah, very sad. Let's ask, oh, what did it do here? I finished. Okay. I say we ask a, we can ask ChatGPT. ChatGPT. In Node.js, there is a CLI flag watch to watch for changes in source files and restart the app when changes are detected. Is there a way to exclude files from being watched with this feature? I know you're not, but I'm curious too. Oh, NodeMon has that. In Node.js, the watch flag allows you to watch for changes, restart the... However, as of now, there is no built-in way to directly exclude files. Okay. Workaround using this. If you want to exclude certain files or directories from being watched, you can use tools like NodeMon or configure file watch patterns through a configuration file. Well, I guess this is the reason why you would want to still use NodeMon right there. I'm being convinced that NodeMon is still viable right now. Well, here's a native Node solution. If you don't want to rely on external tools like NodeMon and need to stick with just Node itself, you might consider using a combination of FSWatch or File Watch library, and then manually writing exclusion logic in your code. Ugh. So there we have it. Also, NodeMon restarts on errors. I don't think Node Watch does that. Yeah. Well, I guess it goes to show you. Node is not quite there yet with the built-in watch. Which is that no, it says stable though. That's interesting. That seems like a very significant feature to have in order to replace the need for NodeMon. Interesting. All right. Well, through this stream today and our research and digging into this further, I'm becoming more and more convinced that the code that the AI is outputting is really not wrong. And still suggesting using NodeMon and probably .env to load env variables. Fair enough. I stand corrected. All right, where were we? Here. All right, what did it change? I've updated parsing to ignore any lines that aren't purely the allowed emojis. Invalid or mixed lines no longer count toward attempts or solved order. Edit a test confirming that non-emoji lines are dropped and only valid rows contribute. Run bun test to verify. All right, we're gonna keep those. Yeah, like so it's hello world, some text, da 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 da. Okay, that's cool. Control-Shift-J, clear, fun test. That was fast. All right, we got the logic. It's working. Ayo says, I found that in the latest version of Cursor, they let the model look for answers on the web, which is pretty good to get up-to-date info. Yeah, that's the one thing I would say Cursor, and I started diving into Windsurf this week. They have a bit of an advantage in that they... But, I mean, you can apparently, you can turn on this searching with fetch for GitHub Copilot. If you put hashtag fetch in there, or you add, like, via extensions... So one, they have fetch web page. You turn that tool on. Fetch the main content from a web page. You should include the URL of the page you want to fetch, right? And then you can also have web search, which is an extension from Microsoft. Where was it? Let's go back to the chat. If we go here and we go down, we say add more tools. We can install an extension. And that one was right here. It's made by Microsoft. So I would be a little bit wary of any of these extensions for language model tools that are not made by an official company. Jonathan Carter, actually, he's somebody that you can, in my opinion, trust, because he's somebody that works at Microsoft that builds a lot of handy tools for VS Code. Wallaby.js is a very well-known and reputable company too. I don't know about these other ones though. I believe Don is also another Microsoft employee as well, if I recall correctly. Also, I found that like my extensions, this is really getting sidetracked here, but if I search for my... Okay, I am showing you it as verified again. Every now and then they remove the verification icon from my... This publisher is verified ownership, yeah. I think because I'll take the way they verify that you own your website like that is you have to put DNS records in, and I think what I do is I remove them after they verify it, but I think I need to leave them up there. That fetch seems more like rag read. Maybe. Never used Copilot, so I didn't know that. Okay, yeah. I found... Frank says, I still think that the best people to vibe code are those who know how to code, but it's nice to test things out. Otherwise, there are security issues and stuff, so that vibe coding and stuff, so that, yeah. You don't care about code quality as long as it works. Right, I think the people that don't know about coding and they just want to build something, I don't think they care. Right, they're just focused on getting something working. But they're going to, you know, the issue with that, obviously, is that somewhere down the line, it's going to come back to bite them. So, you missed Twitch highlighter? Sean says, or they don't know enough to know what the problem with their code. That's true, yeah. Yep. But, honestly, there's going to come a point in time where the AI will be able to detect when it makes mistakes and fix its own mistakes, you know? I think that's inevitable. Ayo, you said exact. I do not care, but I'm currently struggling with a simple pull push of data in a container. Have you been using AI to help you with that or no? You know what's interesting? So it sounds, if I'm gathering correctly, you know, we've had limited interactions just through chat and like when I've tuned into your stream, that type of thing. And it seems like most of your background is in design, right, Ayo? And so then you're trying to translate. You do not code at all. Okay, I build my whole app through Cursor. Okay, fair enough. Then that's where I was going. That's basically where I was going with this. So it's interesting. I mostly feel like I can benefit the most from things like Cursor and whatnot in two ways. One, for code that I already know how to write, I can have it just spin it up for me fast. like very quickly, faster than if I hand wrote it, right? Like me typing out each character, right? Whereas it just can spit it out faster than me. It takes me to type it all out, right? And I can review it, make sure it looks good, and it's how I would do it. And that can be done in minutes. The other aspect that I haven't quite dove deep into just yet is seeing how well it can do front-end design for me. Right? So that's my skill set that I'm lacking in. That is a skill set that I lack in, and I don't really have a strong desire to get better at.
Thanks for joining today, Norcas.
So this is actually where it's probably the flip now, where it's like I will likely let the AI generate some design for me that is not following the best practices that a designer would know, right? Or somebody that knows how to implement CSS in a clean way, a maintainable and sustainable way, would know and detect that the AI is actually doing this wrong. So that's a situation where I would be like, I don't care. It's working. It looks the way it looks, and I'm not going to mess with it, type of thing, you know? So just my 2 cents there. It's interesting that we have like the reverse approach. AO. Norcas says, should I leverage AI such as Cursor ID to help me learn code while developing my project idea? If so, how would you go about that? Well, first of all, thank you for that message, Norcas, and being here and chatting with us. Second of all, I would say, yeah, why not? That's okay. That's a fine thing to do. I would just, if I were you, be cautious with trusting everything that you get from whatever AI or tool that you're using to generate the code for you. So I would, when it outputs things to you, ask it to explain what that code is doing. Ask it to explain if it's covering all the different scenarios that you need for what you're trying to build out. And on top of that, always ask it about security. Like, you can ask it to like introspect basically the code that it created and say, are there any security implications with the code that you wrote here that we need to take into consideration and account for and make sure we protect the app against, that type of thing. So I would just, the short answer to your question is sure, go ahead. Just be very skeptical of what the AI tools give you, and the way you can work through that is by asking it more about what it's done and asking, normal questions that you would want to ask for and account for in building out a product or service or whatever it is you're trying to achieve. So that's the short answer, Norcas. Hopefully that helps. If you have follow-up questions, let me know. Ale says, you will become reliant on it and will have less skills in the end. Would not recommend if you really want to learn. That's also fair too. It's very valid. AO also said before that, yep, exactly. I just have product understanding and how to build a product that works, but now I just want a sync function, and I have been on it for the past 2 weeks. Oh, dang. Well, maybe I can help you out with that. Frank says you should clap your fingers while saying it's inevitable. Why? Marvel reference. Yep. I do not code at all. I build my whole app through Cursor. All right, I'm all caught up there. So AO brings up a very valid point, Norcas. Like, if your objective, like, it depends on what your objective is with this, right? If you are just, you're like an entrepreneur type of person, and you're just trying to get something working, a product, a service, whatever it is you're trying to build, or just something to help yourself out, like maybe you're trying to automate something of your own, and that's like your objective is just the end goal, and you don't really care about learning to code, then I would say go the route that I was telling you about, but be skeptical, right? Assume that what it's outputting for you is not perfect, and not like, just because it works doesn't mean it's gonna work in all different scenarios. Doesn't mean that it's gonna be safe from some hacker trying to break it on you, right? Or a hacker trying to steal your customers' information. So these are the things you got to keep in mind when dealing with the output from these AI tools. But if you want to go the route of like truly learning how to code, then yeah, I'm with AO. Like, you don't lean on it so much. Don't lean on it to write the code for you. Lean on it to help you understand code, best practices, patterns, all the other side of it. when you get stuck, right? And you're like, I don't understand what's going on here. I don't understand why it's not working. Then you can use, instead of having to go Google search things, you can use the AI to help you explain it. So basically, your one avenue is rely on it to generate code for you, and you don't care about learning code, but just make sure that you're double checking its work and you're having it explain itself. Okay. Just like if you had like somebody working for you and they are like, I'm going to do this and this is how I'm going to accomplish it. You say, okay, explain every step of the way to me, right? To verify. Trust but verify type of thing. Or, well, don't trust. Then don't trust, verify, validate, and then still don't trust because it's AI. Your other option is you're learning to code, learn to actually write the code, but when you get stuck, if you need help getting past hurdles, use the AI to help explain you and teach things to you. Those are your two options. Right. Best way would be to make something like a personal. Absolutely, yeah. Roy Lisi says, generally would be nice to learn what each word or symbol does. Otherwise, if you group stuff, you won't even learn coding syntax, so you'll fall on what AO said. Yep. Like I wanted to learn how to AO saying that. Like I wanted to learn how to code at some point, and then now I really don't want to anymore, as the stuff I can do now just works. Yeah. Norcas says, would my best way to learn a language framework without using AI be reading up on documentation? Yeah, so like give me an example, Norcas. Like, are you trying to learn how to do, like, build something in React? Or like a front end framework, you mean? Or are you trying to build out like an API in like another language? Give us some more context. Happy to help out. Appreciate these questions too. That's why I stream, to help share my experience with people and give you a little bit of a jump start on things. Best way would be to make something like a person. Yeah, that is one of my favorite ways to learn things. Well, that's my favorite way to apply things that I've learned. Norcast says, I'm trying to learn React Native to build an app idea I have using Native Wind and Expo. Okay. So in that case, then yeah, I would be. Do you have any other background in programming though, prior to this, Norcas? Because if you don't, and you go and try and read the React Native documentation, it's gonna, there's gonna be a lot of it that's gonna seem like a foreign language to you. Release says that's also true. Getting used to learning with AI, you won't learn to read broken documentations, which sometimes is needed on new or confidential documentations. Yeah, maybe. There's a possibility. Oh, chat, it's 4:22. All right, we'll finish chatting with Norcas. In terms of this project, I'm going to put it on hold for now. I'll commit it to a GitHub repository. 2 minutes late. Oh, see what you did there, Sean. I'm not going to deploy it yet or anything like that. I might hack on it off stream a little bit, but I'll at least get it up on a repo so that we can all look at it and see the source code and that type of stuff. Releases, or you can breach the NDA and send the AI the documentation having the potential to screw your job. All right, manager wants to chat. Be back later. All right, Sean. I might not see you before I end the stream, so have a good rest of your Friday and weekend. Thanks for your support today, Sean. Norcast says, yeah, I have like 2 years of coding experience already. I made projects in Python, did a little game dev in Lua, pretty good with HTML, CSS, JavaScript, picked up Java pretty well this year. Okay. By the way, I'm running to the post office later today. Okay, sounds good, Sean. Just so you know. Yeah, you know, the other day I thought about that, and I was like, I don't know if Sean has sent anything yet. Good to know, though. I need to know so I know when to go check my post office box. So yeah, Norcas, then in that case, yeah. If you're truly, it seems like you're somebody that likes to learn how to actually program and not just the end result, then I would go with reading, I mean, think about how you've learned all those other things. HTML, CSS, JavaScript, Java, Lua. If you were successful in that, then keep doing what you did for that, If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I was coding already for like a year and a half before my freshman year in CS. Okay. Yeah. So you're in a good spot then, Norcas, in terms of like learning. I say you can and you should be familiar. this is my little caveat to everything, Norcaz, with what any of us have given you in terms of advice. Things are changing in this industry for us as software engineers. AI is causing that change. And it is more true than ever that those engineers that don't learn AI are going to get left behind. If you don't learn how to use AI to aid you in the process of software engineering, you are going to fall behind. So take that how you will. I do think it is important to understand how code works if you want to build out robust, resilient, and sustainable software, especially with AI. So while you're doing all this learning, you should be dabbling in AI tools. Pick whichever one you want. I would say stick with like the main, big names out there, like Anthropic's one with Claude, OpenAI, that type of thing. Using those because those are the front runners, and one of those is likely going to stay the front runners for the future. And that's about it. They say you must know the job to use the tools well. You can't learn to hammer a nail if you don't know where to stick it. Okay. Yes. But I mean, Royce, you got to imagine it from the perspective of somebody that's new to the industry. How are you going to keep up? You're going to have to know how to leverage. You're going to have to know programming and leverage AI at the same time at this stage in the industry. That's my honest opinion. Because we're every day, every week, this shit is advancing. Yeah, but that's the point. You learn where to stick it, and then you use the most robust tools to do so. I'm with you. As of right now, that's the case, Royce. We don't know, but at some point in the future, that is going to change more to the point where AI is going to be able to see the output of the code that it's producing, analyze it, and be like, oh, actually, I made a mistake, and start iterating itself. Instead of us as developers that have experience telling it like, hey, actually the code here is broken, or not even telling it, just fixing it ourselves and then moving on with our lives, right? Like that's the stage that we're in right now with AI. Code generation tools. Also, let's back up a little bit. We keep saying AI. It's not AI, it is LLMs, right? That's another little thing to call out here. We overload the term AI to encompass all of this stuff, but it's not truly AI. Frank says the ship or the shit is advancing. Both. AO says, well, the nail is not a good idea here. AI is the nail gun and the marking on the sheet like zip system. I'm not familiar. Oh, like somebody sewing? Is that the analogy or metaphor you're going with there? Or at least he says, yes, it will iterate itself, but then it is more likely to need a professional to monitor it than a random.
An ad is about to start in 2 minutes on Twitch.
So maybe we have a different idea of what the future entails. But I am starting to feel more and more like my tone or my outlook on the industry and what's going on with AI is starting to lean more towards that. At some point in the future, AI is going to be writing its own code and fixing its own code, and there won't be a need for a senior engineer to fix the code. I'm not saying they're going to replace our jobs completely as software engineers. I don't know that I would go that far with saying that. Like, I think that's a very strong way to put it, especially given the current state of things, the current state of how AI code generation tools are.
An ad is about to start in 1 minute on Twitch.
The more advanced it gets, the harder it will be to be sure it's correct. Yes, you will have more coders, but for someone who's trying to be a professional, will need more knowledge. Well, that's why I say, like, if you're getting into coding now, a big aspect that Well, that's what I was saying before. Remember, like the current state of things, entry-level developers, like they do a lot of the handwriting of the code themselves right now. And as you advance in your career, like prior to AI, okay, think about the career progression and like how your responsibilities shift as you get more senior, more experience. We see this all the time. There's been memes about it too with engineers, right? Like you write a shit ton of code early on in your career, and as you get more and more experienced, because you move up, you get different responsibilities. And your responsibility is like architecting software and making, reviewing for best patterns and practices and all that type of stuff, like integrating between different systems and how do you connect those things together in an efficient way. Like there's a lot more higher level things you as a senior engineer are doing. You're looking to remove code and not add code. You're refactoring the code so it's more manageable or more unit testable. Like these are the things that you're doing typically prior to AI that you were doing as you got more senior, which means you're writing less code, right? So what I think, my prediction as of right now, in my opinion, is that what AI is doing is it's actually the entry level position in this industry is going to be that senior engineer position. So as if you're new to the industry and you're going to be looking to get a job, there's still plenty of jobs that you can, well, I don't want to say plenty, but I believe there's still the demand for entry-level engineers at companies. I believe there's still a demand for that. Is the demand the same it was years ago? That could be.
Starting now and we'll go for 90
I'm gonna wait.
seconds.
I'm gonna wait for the ad to finish. We're gonna finish this discussion, then I'm gonna close out the stream for the day because I got to get going with the family and on stuff. I'm just waiting for the ads to finish, chat. I'm gonna check on work. Oh, we got a message. Editing team got the update from me. You're on holiday today? No, not today, Frank. I mean, I don't get today off. And nor did I take a day off for the holiday. The ads over yet? All right, I think the ads are done. Release says exactly. That's what I'm saying too. But to verify code, i.e. review it, you'll need a lot more knowledge in the future. Yeah. All right. I think we're on the same page then, Roylacy. Like, in order for you to be that senior person reviewing AI generated code, you need to have a lot of experience writing code yourself. So what'll happen is with that in mind, then a lot of newcomers to the industry that are learning, you're gonna have to spend that's gonna be tough to bridge that gap, I think. How do you bridge that gap? How do you get somebody that's new to the industry that knows like the foundation of programming in general, like all the theoretical concepts, plus some practical experience programming in a specific language, plus the good and the bad patterns, best practices to use for that programming language and ecosystem, and the design and architecture, right? Like, that's hard to get that without, it's hard to get to that level of experience to apply that and gain those skills without getting practical experience on the job doing that. I think because of that, it's making me think right now out loud in front of you all, like, it's going to be immensely difficult in the years to come for folks that are just joining the industry. I think at that point, like school, the curriculum at schools is going to have to significantly shift, right? Junior with 15 years of experience, exactly what the HR team is looking for. Right. Yeah, AO. The industry will finally catch up with the expectations of HR. Releasing went on to say, because what AI will produce, it will be much more efficiently written, and similarly, the thing that's going to try to break it will potentially be an AI, so the job of reviewing it will be more and more blurry whether it's done correctly. Yeah. No, we're on the same page, Roy Lisi. I'm with you. I'm with you now. Just took some talking it out loud a bit. That's going to be tough for folks that are new to the industry or looking to switch careers from another industry into this. But that goes to show you, so even prior to this AI thing, one of the big things that help candidates stand out is showing experience. And one of the great ways you can do that, especially in today's day and age, is you can show your work online, build out things, make fun little side projects. You know, if you're in college, right, you have some spare time to apply the skills that you're learning in college to build things out. So, and then through that you know, personal working experience, you'll gain skills to understand how to scale things, how to follow best practices, all the stuff we were just talking about, to become more senior right off the bat. But yeah, it's gonna be tough. We are going to see a significant impact from all this, and hopefully it's like there's a good transition, hopefully, and not just this abrupt stop all of a sudden. I honestly, I don't think there will be an abrupt shift. Like, there won't be just this cutoff where all of a sudden everything's just AI, because there's so many legacy systems right now that companies have. Like, there's companies that still use mainframe software, you know, like mainframe systems to run their business. There's companies that still use like older programming languages that not a lot of people have a lot of knowledge in how to maintain and build COBOL apps, for example, or systems, right? Like, so I think because of that lag in companies adopting new technologies, it shouldn't be an abrupt shift. Again, I'm just speculating all this stuff, thinking out loud in front of you all as part of this discussion. Or at least it says, AI either has to be 100% reliable on doing the same thing, or you'll just make the job harder technically. But yeah, it's gradual. I think it will forever be a tool until we no longer need apps and we only use AI for everything. Yeah, that's a fair point too, right? Like, you think about like searching for things now, right? We like, to some degree, a significant portion of the population on Earth has shifted from searching on Google to searching on like some AI chat GPT type of thing. Like, and they do that 100% versus what they were doing before with Google, right? And like, to me, that's a sign of exactly what you're talking about, where we don't need apps. We don't need the typical things that we rely on. We'd go to AI for it, right? Deep Harvin says, this is my play project, Property Grid Helpers. I'm using it to learn how to publish to NuGet, work with GitHub Actions, work with Azure Dev. Nice. There you go, Deep Harvin. Taking a look. Property Grid Helpers is a .NET library designed to enhance and extend the functionality of the property grid control, providing custom editors, attributes, utilities to facilitate property manipulation with Windows Forms applications. Nice, dude. That's awesome. Congrats on that. See, it's stuff like, so this is a perfect, thank you for sharing, Deep Arvin. This is a perfect example of like Deep Arvin identified a need that they had and just went and built it out type of thing. And then that's more experience of building out this type of thing And it's like that's what I'm talking about for, like, I'm not saying Deep Harvard, I'm not saying you're an entry level developer, but I'm saying as an example to people that are entry level newcomers to the industry, you can find things that are like, I don't know, that you do in your daily life that you can try and automate with software. And that can be these side projects that give you the experience you need to be able to land a job and get more seniority, more experience. Got it 100% code coverage a few weeks. Oh, nice, even better. That's an awesome achievement. That's hard to do. Release says, yeah, if you use AI directly, then it won't have a lot of issues. But if you ask an AI to make a Google, it has other issues. It has the normal developer issues with the unreliability of AI. I got you, yeah. You know, the other aspect of this too, one of the things that I am not naive about with my prompts with the AIs is like how I'm prompting it and I'm saying, hey, one shot, build me this whole app. I do that in a lot of the sneak videos. And I need to do like a follow-up video that's like, hey, all this time, I know that I'm using this intentionally naive approach to using AI because that's how most people are going to start interacting with AI. Like for our AI code generation tools is what I mean, right? They're just going to be like, hey, can you build me this, right? Because a lot of people are vibe coding or whatever it is. They're inexperienced and they don't know the unique ways to ask about building a piece of software that an experienced engineer will know, right? So like one thing you would, like as an example, right? Instead of me saying, hey, build me, connections bot, which it did a pretty good job, honestly, on that. I would say, based on this type of game that I'm playing and the results that it gives me, what would be an MVP or the requirements needed to, like start talking out the design of it first with the chatbot, and then be like, okay, go implement it, right? Let's go implement this piece of it first. Then we write some tests for that or something, and then make sure everything's working good there, and iterate on the project instead of saying, hey, build me the whole thing in one shot, right? How many shots before the perfect one shot? Yeah, that's true, Frank. But that's the thing, like it's still pretty impressive if you just do a one-shot prompt and it builds you out that much. Like we got really far in a short period of time. Could I have written out all the stuff that it did? Absolutely. But probably not in that amount of time that it did it, That's the cool thing right now in the current state of things for developers is like the rate at which you can build things out using your skills has greatly been accelerated as a result of this tooling. That's exciting to me. That makes me feel like I could build anything I want right now and build it fast. Frank says yes, but at the same time you had an idea of what was needed because of your experience. Right, that's true. Yeah, it's super cool. All right, any other questions, comments on this before we close it out? I see one from Roylisi. It is nice, though, that it allows people to make simple things and not have some developer lie to them that it takes a lot of time and pay $500 for a Discord bot that welcomes users. Yeah. Yeah. AO says, yeah, I build my apps in a total of 3 months for 2 native apps. Yeah. That's pretty cool. It took 3 months to build out, I'm assuming, like a full-featured... You're talking about like a mobile app, AO? That's pretty wild. 2 apps in 3 months. That's crazy. That would have taken, one of them probably would have taken like 6 months to a year, probably, depending on the level of complexity of them too. But like, typically speaking, full Swift UI and Kotlin. Wow. Yeah, that's awesome. All right, folks, I'm going to call it there. Appreciate you all hanging out, indulging me in this conversation. I'm going to, so for this foreseeable future, unless there's I'll update like in the Discord or on a past stream, or during a stream. I'm focusing on this because I want to build my skill set around AI code generation tools and like just trying it out, finding edge cases with it, seeing where it excels, where it does poorly, that type of thing. And that's kind of like where I'm at, because it's going to help me build up my skill set with how to use these things these tools effectively, which ones are the better ones for given scenarios. Like, think about it this way. Again, going back to how we started the stream, I was saying that I've been a little bit, my mentality around this stuff has been shifting, and has been a little bit of a messing with my head, because like I'm just kind of like feeling reminiscent of the days when we used to make fun of my own ecosystem, web development, JavaScript. We would make fun of like, oh, a new web framework is out or a new library is out, right? Like we'd poke fun at that because it happens so much and it's such a pain in the butt to keep up with all this silly stuff that's going on. And now that's shifted away. We don't do that anymore. We don't make fun of the JavaScript ecosystem. We instead are like constantly bombarded with new AI models being announced every freaking week, maybe even day sometimes, you know? So it's just a wild time. Like exciting, but also kind of scary. So in any case, though, I know that it's, in my opinion, it's important to build up the skill set around this space. And that's what I'm doing. And you're welcome to join me on that. And that's what I'm going to keep doing on stream. All right? We're going to keep having fun. We're going to keep building out some silly little side projects and that things. I have ideas, by the way, for some things that I don't know if I'm going to turn, like ideas around videos I'm going to make for work, but I'm likely going to do a lot of the research on stream for them. So big heads up on that. And if you want to keep in touch and up to date on the schedule and things like that, the best place to do that is in the Discord. The link for that is clarkio.com/Discord, or use the command !Discord.
Thanks for joining today, Clarkio.
Alrighty. I'll be honest, I still do no AI coding just to have fun with those stuff on projects that doesn't need finishing in 2 seconds or work. Yeah, of course. There's something to be said about, you know, actually somebody, oh man, I'm blanking on it. I saw somebody post about it on socials. They shared somebody, or I think it was on LinkedIn, maybe. Someone I follow shared somebody else's blog post describing where things are going with AI and the kind of shame of the situation. Like the aspect of it that's a shame of the situation for developers is that I think they were describing, this will be my last note on this and then I'm going to really go. They described that, you know, that aha moment you have when you get something working? Basically, like, that's going to go away, it seems, or at least it's going to go away. You're not going to get that feeling from writing the code yourself anymore. And it's kind of a shame because that's the thing that, like, some people just really enjoy doing. They like writing the code. They like seeing things working after they write the code and built it out by themselves. Because there's just something about creating something from nothing, that feeling that you get, you know? So this individual, and I'm sorry, I'm blanking on this. I can get the link and share it in the Discord later. They brought up a fair point, or, you know, a fair perspective on this whole shift that's going on, that we're gonna miss that as software engineers, they predict. And you know, so it's like all this stuff been happening and I'm reading about and hearing this week. It's really kind of just been a little bit of a bummer type of thing, right? But I'm not trying to dwell on it. We had some fun, positive stuff going on. That's why we do wins of the week, and there's that. So anyway, that was from Roy Lisi's comment there. It's good. It's good to be still doing no AI coding. Just do straight up normal coding. So keep it up, Roy Lisi. That's good to hear. All right, folks. Appreciate you all. Thank you for joining in, hanging out. If you were lurking, thank you so much. If you were chatting with me, appreciate you joining in the conversation. If you followed, subscribed, rated the channel, thank you for your support in that way. And I will be back next week, which will be Friday, April 25th. We'll be right here at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time on twitch.tv/Clarkio and youtube.com/Clarkio. So be sure to follow if you haven't done so on Twitch already, and on YouTube, subscribe to the channel so you don't miss out on upcoming streams and content. Appreciate you all. Have a good rest of your Friday and weekend. I'll see you in the next one. Peace out.